Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, Squirrels of the world. Happy to see you guys. So I saw there was an interview with Paul O'Keefe. I wanted to just say, I have not seen that yet. So if y'all want to watch that interview, let me know. Shout out to Black Witter. Shout out to Dr. Bob and Super Planner Girl. I hope that you're doing okay. Okay, I just see eye dilation. I don't know. I know what that is. I think it's when you can't look at the light. But I hope everything's okay with your eyes, Super Planner Girl. But yes, shout out to all of our squirrel friends. So yeah, like I said, I have not actually had a chance to watch his interview yet. Paul O'Keefe. I just saw that it happened. So I don't know if it's a video interview. I think it's a video interview, but if it is a video interview and you guys want to watch it, we can totally do that first before we jump into the recap. And the other thing I will say is I've been thinking about how to do our physics lesson with Dr. Bob. And so I'm still thinking about the best way to do that. And I think it kind of depends on what Dr. Bob envisions to help teach us all physics via this trial and, the scene, the crime or lack thereof. And if there would be, visuals, that would be helpful. If there's maybe a presentation he wants to do. So anyway, Dr. Bob, if you are listening, we should chat about that, and then we can figure out the best way to make that happen. But we'll have we'll definitely make it happen, and we'll do a physics class with Dr. Bob if that's if you're interested. And I'm really excited because honestly, I don't know. I don't have that much physics training myself. I've got a lot of squirrel training, 100% squirreling all the time. And lots of other things, but really physics is I probably would say one of the things I have the least amount of training in. Actually sports ball would be the least. And then after that, maybe physics. So. Oh, I'm not even playing my intro video. What am I doing? Hold on. Let's play this. Let's get our music. Here we go. There we go. See, now it feels normal. Yay. Also, I did put a poll in the chat, or actually 2 polls rather, for anyone who missed it. So do let me know if you have thoughts. It's so crazy because Mr. Bates finally left and he packed up his table. I would imagine, right? I think he came with Jackson, if I understand correctly. And so he probably went back to California. Crazy. Absolutely insane. I still can't fathom this happening again. So what we'll do, I do suppose, is I'm going to go ahead and start with the recap because the first part of it is more self-forensics. And if y'all decide, well, let me pause night driving. If y'all decide that you want to watch the interview with Paul O'Keefe, just let me know, and we will totally do that. But we'll start with that, and it's not, he was on the stand Mr. Whiffin was on the stand for a really long time. We're watching the abridged version because it's a lot of redundancy. But here's the thing. As we jump into it, hold on, let's hear what this says.
It's a house.
Excellent. So here's the question that I do have for y'all as we go through this. So as we hear this second expert, well, unofficial expert witness testify for one reason and one reason only, and that's that the house-long search was not done, at 2:27 or whatever a.m., that it was not deleted, all that, right? Jen McCabe, in support of Jen McCabe. We already had an expert, as y'all know, testify to this. So my question for y'all is this. Why did they bring in this second expert? Do we learn anything else from him? So remember what we heard from Jessica Hyde, her conclusions were really about the time that you see on the timestamp isn't necessarily the timestamp of the search, it's the timestamp of activity on the tab, right? So that the tab was manipulated, moved in some way, doesn't mean the search was done. She talks about the tab being on in the background. She talks about the wall file, the browser state, DB. So what I'm curious is, what do you guys think is the Commonwealth hoping to prove differently with this guy that they didn't prove with the first expert witness on this issue? Let's take a look.
Right up and lift up for me. May stand and face the clerk.
You just raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sorry, Rather Affirm.
Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Judge Bev does smile a lot at him, and I would not have actually noticed that probably were it not for that funny video that Super Planner Girl posted in the Discord. But it's actually insane. She doesn't really smile like at all ever in the trial. Let's take a look at that again, because that's kind of crazy. Wow.
You just raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sorry, Rather Affirm.
Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be...
I'm so curious. Okay, let me hear. What does he say there? Something like he's not going to swear?
And the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sorry, Rather Affirm.
Okay. Do you...
Gosh darn it. What is he saying, y'all?
And the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sorry, Rather Affirm.
Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter...
And see, she smiles as if he made a joke, but he doesn't look like he's laughing. What the fuck is he saying, y'all? I can't not tell what he's saying.
Sorry, Rather Affirm.
Okay.
He said, I'd rather affirm. Interesting. Wow. I'd rather affirm. What? I didn't know you could even do that. Hold on,
May stand and face the clerk.
You just raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sorry, Rather Affirm.
I'm sorry, I'd rather affirm. Wow. Okay, this is interesting because I've always wondered to myself, not that that's what's happening here, but I've always wondered. So, like, here we see all these people raising their right hand and they're being sworn in. Think about in the Murdaugh trial and in other trials where they have a witness and they have to put their hand on the freaking Bible and they swear on the Bible. I have thought to myself, like, time and time again, like, what happens if somebody doesn't want to swear on the Bible? It's actually kind of crazy to me that that's still a tradition in some places where they have to swear on the Bible. And actually, now I'm trying to think, do they even use the languaging, so help me God, here? I wonder if that makes a difference. Hold on, let's listen one more time to see if there's a so help me God.
and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I'm sorry, Rather.
Interesting. So they still say "so help you God," which is again fascinating stuff.
Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you
Wow.
shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And she took away the "so help me God." Maybe that's the thing. Holy shit. Okay, so let's point that out. And look at Judge Bev is just tickled to death here. Crazy. So the first iteration was, do you solemnly swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God, right? But then when he says, "I'd rather affirm," it's do you solemnly, does she say solemnly? Hold on. I just want to make sure I get it right. But they get rid of the "so help you
And the
God."
jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I'm sorry, Rather Affirm.
Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Interesting. And there's no "so help you God." So I wonder if that answers my question about this, because is that what you do? Is he the first person I've seen? And there's not even a Bible, but I wonder if it's because he's like, I don't want to swear to God. I'd rather affirm on science, or whatever. Wow. That's very interesting. Did you guys, I'm so curious, did y'all notice this? Were you guys able to hear this when the first time you watched it? Or are you like, yeah, this is old news? So, wow. So that's, I guess that's what you do. I guess that's your option. Interesting. I've never seen anyone do that before, though, which is what's so crazy. So my guess is if you were in a situation like in Murdaugh land where you've got Bibles and shit, and they're like, here, swear on the Bible. I wonder if you say the same thing. If you're like, yeah, I'd rather affirm. Is that like, I guess perhaps the court, the clerk of court and the court staff, they all know. Maybe that's like a code. It's a code for, I'm not going to do the religious thing and, get that Bible out of my face type deal, Anyway, interesting.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
And Judge Bev is just so tickled. Also really interesting.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffin. So IANWHIFFIN.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently the coding product manager at Cellbrite.
I just have to say-
there as far as
I just have to say that as far as the British accents go, he's just, there's like different dialects, right, for your British accent, and there's so much variety, and he's just got this accent that is so. It reminds me of it's like times of yore, like it's like an old fashioned, it's like that very date, like polite, like, what's the right word? Polished. I get the vibe from him like he was born in the wrong century. And I mean that in a good way, because I feel like that about myself all the time. Like, I feel like I could just picture him in a top hat with like, he's got a suit, but I mean, a different type of suit and like, like a horse-drawn carriage and maybe even a monocle, perhaps. I don't know. But he's definitely he's very, it's just delightful, I will say, to me.
artifact, if you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and how it's used within your specific industry.
Yeah, so I would refer to an artifact as essentially any piece of data which I've recovered from the phone, which is of interest. It could be a web history visit. It could be a text message. It could be a photograph, any piece of information.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of what were you provided and what were you asked to look at?
So the original question is just basically how can we explain this 227 timestamp? I spoke to my colleague and requested if he could contact the investigators and any information that they could share about where this particular timestamp was found. so that I could investigate it. I was advised at that time that the case had already been uploaded to our own support network, so the full extraction of the device in question was already in Cellbright's possession, and I was able to access it from there and start to examine what the issue was that was causing the confusion.
Now, with reference to this issue, can you describe to the jury, just in general terms, sort of what this issue was?
Yeah, so the issue, as I was led to believe, is there was a timestamp for a web history artifact of 2:27 and 40 seconds AM local time, which would be UTC-5, and it didn't make sense to the investigators. And the question was, is there any other interpretation for what this timestamp could mean?
And so essentially you were asked to explain the timestamp and how it came to be, correct?
Correct.
And remember,
And what,
so
if
my
anything, did you
question-
find with
So my question here is, what is it that the Commonwealth is, bringing him in for, considering we already heard from that other expert on this issue?
regard to the web history artifact?
And
So the two.
I wonder too if DSN, I don't think DSN is here, but DSN, shout out to DSN, who has expertise in computer shit, if he might be able to explain to us
2740 timestamp was correct insofar as
what, if any,
that is the time that is shown within the database. It was indeed a deleted record, but the interesting thing was why the timestamp said 2:27:40, and I did some testing on this and discovered the reason why 2:27:40 was actually listed in the database, even though that's not the time, in my opinion, that the search was conducted.
And how does your role play into that? What is it that you do that what, if any, relationship does what you do have to do with how examiners will view something from a Cellbright tool?
Again, so after being an examiner for 10 or 11 years, I've got that kind of understanding of how examiners work. Being someone who also writes my own software and does my own research, then I...
And much like Miss Hyde, both of them seemed very, very, very intelligent, very knowledgeable. I will say I have some similar thoughts with him that I did for Miss Hyde, which is that really smart, really intelligent, knows her stuff, but did they really explain things in a way that made sense? I don't know. I mean, going through this, I really, with both of them, had to kind of really struggle to even follow what they're trying to say, because, and I honestly don't blame them. I think a lot of it's Lolly, because he's not good. Well, he's not good at really anything, but he doesn't get to the heart of the matter. He just lollygaggles around, right? And then he asks for their conclusion. It's like, if you could understand what it is, that the summary, and then go back through it, it's like, then it would make more sense, because then you know why it matters. So, but there's a lot of questions, and it was with both of these witnesses from Lolly, where the questions were just what? Just talk about this thing. And it was just not even relevant. And I'm sure it was objectionable. Oh, hi, Abby. Happy to see you, my friend. And so anyway, yeah, so I had a lot of similar feelings where it's he's very experty, he's very smart, but whatever the simple point is, we're not really hearing that. But I don't blame him so much as Lolly for that. But again, the question I have for y'all is, what is it that he's offering that is different from Miss Hyde? Now, I mean, I only say that because one can only assume that because they brought in another expert, by they I mean Commonwealth, that there's something else that there's some other reason, right? It's only logical that they can't be offering the exact same opinion. So if they do have the same opinion, I don't blame him, right? But it would just be even more confusing as to what the heck is going on with that DA's office making their decisions over there. So
can kind of cross that void that usually exists between developers and examiners, and help both parties try to come to a meaningful conclusion.
Now, sir, directing your attention to the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
It is, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit, and what, if any, information you're able to sort of glean as a forensic examiner with relation.
Okay. So this is a searched item exhibit. It's technically a derivative of a different exhibit that we find on the device. So we found what we consider a web history record. In this case, I can see that it came from the browserstate.db WAL file. The search query itself was Hoss long to dying cold, and it shows as a deleted record.
And just so you
With
know,
respect,
like, you know, again, we're hearing a lot of the same terminology that we heard with Ms. Hyde, the wall file and all that. Just so you know, like, in case you're thinking, well, maybe what it was because she really explains a wall file. She really explains the browser state DB. She explains all this terminology, you know, and so maybe that was so that he doesn't have to. Well, don't worry. Lolly asked him to explain all those same things again. I just didn't include it because why would I? You know what I mean? It goes on for like over an hour, so of just the redundancy. So it's not. So just so y'all know, it's not because they needed her to lay the foundation for him, because all the foundational shit he repeats it because Lolly asked him the same questions. So he does explain all of those same concepts. I'm just not including them. So, but that's not the reason. In other words.
let me just ask this for a moment. With respect to Cellbrite, as far as the tools, have there been a variety of different versions of those tools as far as conducting that forensic extraction?
Yes, so Cellbrite Physical Analyzer has been available for approximately 12, 13 years in various versions.
And what, if any, differences are there between, in general terms, between, say, an older version versus a newer version?
Obviously, in the digital forensics landscape, whenever a provider creates a new feature, we have to change our code to adapt to what they've now introduced. There can be research that has been done, so we now learn new things, and we add support over time. So something can be supported in this new version of Physical Analyzer that may not have been supported or even existed in a previous version.
Guys, by the way, I was at Trader Joe's like this morning, and it's really funny because I need to do like just like we had a what happened at the Kohl's. I need a what happened at the Trader Joe's segment, don't I? I don't know how I haven't thought of that before. So what happened at the Trader Joe's was they were playing It's Raining Men. And I just like started laughing out loud. And of course, nobody knows why I'm laughing, but I'm like, oh my God. Because it's so funny, because from now on, that song will always be associated with this trial and the video, the It's Raining Men video.
Now,
My life
with
now.
respect to your work in this field, what, if any, tools have you designed or created or something to conduct this type of work?
Aside from Physical Analyzer?
Yes.
Okay, so I have my own
Hear about the thing he invented.
tool called Artex, which I've been working on for around 5 years. Since being an examiner myself and struggling to parse any particular application that I needed. So I started to write.
To be clear, he said Artex, not Artex. So not to be confused with the horse from the Neverending Story.
My own tools, and that's the one that is one that I still maintain on the side in my own time, partly for my own knowledge, but partly because I think it still introduces some fantastic features which aren't available in any other tool for research purposes. So yeah, I continue to write this tool to this day.
And could you just say the name of the tool?
Artex, A-R-T-E-X.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, with regard to the situation depicted in the exhibit up on the screen, what are some of the reasons why this may occur, or why this may read as it does?
Sorry, is it deleted?
Yes.
Oh, the record itself has been deleted. As I said, the reason why it's deleted, through my testing, I've only found 2 ways that kind of record can be deleted by the user. and I don't believe either of those ways was actually utilized on this device.
Can you explain how an earlier timestamp could be associated from, say, tab is open, something is done, tab is closed, tab is reopened, something else is done? How that earlier timestamp could then be associated data-wise with the subsequent search?
I think
Opening of it.
I think I followed that. Okay, so if, for example, at 12 p.m. I create a new tab, I can do a search for whatever I want, and at that point, if I close the tab, then the record that gets created will show that I opened a tab at 12 p.m. and I did a search. Excuse me.
Well, again,
However, if I open the same tab at 12 p.m.
So again, I'm still asking myself the same question. How is this really any different from what Jessica Hyde offered? You know what I mean? Oh, yes, Super Planner Girl, definitely. Super Planner Girl's following our Lost Squirrel tradition here. She says, my compliment for him, non-Boston accent, nothing wrong with Boston, just nice for an auditory break. It is. It is. And I was pointing out when he first took the stand how interesting it was that A, Judge Bev is like so tickled with him, and B, where he asks if he wants to, he says he would rather affirm rather than swear. So I was pointing that out because I thought that was really interesting. I guess I would I complimented his tie, but I will also compliment the fact that he's like, fuck the system. Like, yeah, good for you, man. And also I appreciate it because I've been wondering for so long, wondering for years, what people do when they don't want to swear to God or swear on the Bible and all that. And now we know. But yeah, I'm still curious as to why, you know, they needed a second person to come in about this house long. Oh, good. I'm glad your eyeballs are feeling better, Super Planner Girl.
Do a search, close it, like completely close down Safari and reopen Safari. That would also update the same timestamp to show that I'd opened it up again. What I meant to say at that point is that if I create a 12 o'clock tab, minimize Safari. I can leave it for several hours, for several days, for several weeks. The time difference is not really important. When I come back to it and open up Safari again from a background state, the timestamp is not updated. So it will still show 12 p.m. today, and it will show whatever my most recent navigational event is. So I can search for something in 3 weeks' time using the same tab I opened today, and the timestamp will show today's time.
And with respect to the items highlighted in blue, what if any? What are those?
The ones in blue are the actual Knowledge C records that show when the Hoss Long to Die in the Cold and the How Long to Die in the Kikdi web pages were actually visible on screen.
And so from this, what if anything were you able to ascertain as to the searches or the time associated with the searches from your analysis here?
At 2:27:40, the only websites that were visible on screen were related to Ozone Basketball and Hockomock Sports, and that the How Long to Die in the Kikdi first appeared on screen at 6:23:56, and Hoss Long to Die in Cold first appeared on the screen at 10:33 a.m.
So those two searches from your review of this traction in this device never appeared on the screen prior to 6:23 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
From all this, sir, what, if anything, were you able to conclude with regard to these searches?
So essentially, ignoring the browser state timestamp is important because that is not a reliable timestamp to show when that URL was visited. We have mobile Safari.plist record searches that show 6:23 and 6:24, and we show the same searches with very similar timestamps within half a second as showing up on screen in Knowledge C for the How Long to Die in the Kikdi, and the Hoss Long to Die in the Cold was actually several hours later, which took a little bit more explaining, looking at Knowledge C and when the applications were opened up.
Die in the Kikdi is one of my favorites. It's just amazing. I love that.
With respect to 2:27 in the morning, 2:27 a.m., what were the websites that the device had visible, and what were the websites that the device was connected to at that time?
So according to the Knowledge C records, which were mostly also reflected within the history DB as well. It was the Hockomock Sports, YouTube, Ozone Basketball, and that's it for the main domains.
Now, with respect to sort of the totality of your analysis, Mr. Whiffin, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to the timing of the two searches in question with relation to what you observed in your analysis and testing
All
of this
these
device?
questions.
Yes. So, in conclusion, I determined that the tab that was used was focused at 227.40. So the tab was opened at that time, at which point it was being used to show Ozone Basketball and Hockomock Sports websites. The 6:23 timestamp is when the search was first conducted. Never loaded the page, otherwise there'd be a record in the history database. And while that page was still loading, a secondary search was conducted for Hoslong to Die in the Cold. Again, that page never loaded either, although these both did show up in the Knowledge C database to show that the browser was trying to display these pages. Safari was closed prior to the Hoslong to Die in the Cold record being shown on screen at all, but when it was reopened at 10:33 in regards to whatever other Safari activity was to be conducted, it appeared on screen. So we have a 10:33 record where Hoslong to Die in the Cold was shown on screen, even though the page never successfully loaded.
And with respect to your analysis and your testing here, what, if any, opinion do you have as to whether or not any of the data marked as deleted was actually user deleted, or a user actually actively went through the process of deleting the data?
Yeah. So again, we know that she didn't, we know that nobody deleted the entire history. So that leaves the only option to be selectively deleting records. The fact that there are no missing records in HistoryDB shows that it's impossible that that record could have been deleted by the user. It would have just been orphaned in the database, and I believe would have deleted itself at some stage whenever a particular cleanup function ran. Although, as I said earlier, I haven't been able to replicate that. I was able to continue to read the various versions of the page that contained Hoslong to Die in the Cold browser state record, and found that it existed at the same time as another record that was created at least 2 days later. Therefore, I can determine that that particular record was not deleted until at the earliest 10 p.m. on the 31st of January. And that it's not possible that the user could have created or caused that deletion to occur.
Now, over the course of your analysis and testing or review of the extraction in this case, did you have occasion to review an affidavit of a Mr. Richard Green?
I did, yes.
And what, if any, opinions or conclusions do you have as to that affidavit?
I had issues with several of the statements being made as part of the affidavit.
And what issues were those, sir?
Namely, it specified that Cellbrite report identified that the search was conducted at 227.40. And as I've explained, I believe the tab took focus at 227.40, not when the search occurred. The report mentioned that Cellbrite report identified it was deleted by the user. We don't do that. We'll tell you that a record is deleted, but we don't specify how the record was deleted. That's something for the examiner to determine. I forget. Oh, and then there was a mention of the purpose of the browser state database. The explanation.
In every trial, right, with Cellbrite and deleted things, and I'm trying to think. Like, I think he might be right about that, because thinking back to like other trials, including Murdaugh, where cell phones were a big deal, it was the investigators on the case, right, that determined things were deleted. But that, I mean, they didn't bring in anybody like from Cellbrite, like what he is, right? But it just makes sense, being that it's like a third party, you know, company that is used by law enforcement, but they aren't, you know, law enforcement. They're not a law enforcement entity. So,
Given was correct for iOS 14 and below, but not for 15 and above, which it is relevant in this case.
Now, you mentioned this issue as far as coming up, obviously, in this case and some other instances, phone calls or inquiries that you received from Austria and other places. What, if anything, have you or your company, Cellbrite, done with regard to rectifying this issue?
Well,
I'll allow it.
okay, we recognize that this timestamp could be misleading. Regardless of how we label that timestamp, the very fact that a timestamp is there, we feel would be or potentially misrepresented. So the decision was taken to remove the timestamp altogether from that information. So now we show the web page was visited, but we don't attribute a time to that purely because it could be wildly inaccurate.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Mr. Whiffin.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you had spoken a little bit about what was your assignment here in terms of the data that was sent to you. And I believe that you testified regarding that 2:27 a.m. or 2:27 and 42nd a.m. timestamp.
Is so remember when it was with Miss Hyde, right? What approach did they take on cross exam? So it wasn't long. It was not long, and it was also Mr. United. It was a short cross exam, and the approach that he took was that he wanted to. He works the again, it was a short cross, but the whole time it was geared towards one thing. He wanted to get her to admit that she could not rule out that that search was made on or before 2:27 a.m. And I believe she did eventually say something along those lines. So let's see what tactic he's going to take here.
That it didn't make sense to the investigators, correct?
Correct.
Were you told that one of the investigators was Trooper Michael Proctor?
I don't recall any names being mentioned. The ticket came to me.
I think he's going to be going the route of garbage in, garbage out, right? The info he got came from Trooper Proctor.
The request came to me via another Cellbrite employee who'd been asked about this case and asked whether we could offer any help.
Okay, thank you. You would agree with me that when you're making or doing a simulation, you want it to be as close to an apples-to-apples comparison as you can get?
Right, and of course,
As best possible, yes.
using the right version.
And to get
that's a
truly accurate research results,
Yeah.
you want to eliminate as many variables as you can, correct?
Correct.
I will say this much.
You wouldn't, for instance, want to use...
Here's the thing about all this stuff. I mean, I think that it's tough, right? Unless you work in this field, that's why I'm like, I wish DSN were here. Unless you work in this field of computers and you know computer shit, and this is like languages that you speak, and this makes extra sense to you. I mean, barring that, like maybe if you've got expert witnesses, or let me rephrase that. Let's say you've got a prosecutor who asks questions in a way and expert witnesses who are good at teaching, that you combine the two and they're able to explain these things to lay people in a way that makes sense. So barring that, you need people who just already have expertise in this that are going to understand it. Like I'm wondering if DSN does, but anyway, so, what was it? I scrolled myself. I lost my point here. Oh heck, hold on, let me rewind it. What was I going to say? I had a point.
variables as you can, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't, for instance, want to use an Android operating system to try to replicate the activity from Jennifer McCabe's Apple iPhone, correct?
Right. Okay. So, well, I know so initially I was going to point out just there that the significance that the Commonwealth's experts did not use the right Apple version, right? So that matters, the right iPhone version. So, what is the iOS 15 point something? So that we all know that matters, right? So that's definitely their strongest argument. But yeah, I guess it's just it's just so crazy, right? Because we hear self-evidence in all of these trials, and you need people that can come in and explain this in a way that is understandable. You know what I mean? Because it is so important, and it's so easy for this to get bogged down with just the technicalities and terms that people can't understand, and then you're losing the jury, and so anyway, being able to distill this information into a digestible and meaningful and concise manner, I think, is where people need to focus on when it comes to these cell phone experts.
Correct.
What version of iOS did you use for your testing of Jennifer McCabe's data?
So this test has been undertaken on various different versions of iOS, from iOS 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and most recently on the beta version of 18 last week. This particular demonstration was on 15.8.2.
Okay. And you're aware, you said 15.8.2.
Correct. I've also tested on 15.7.
Oh, fair enough. You're aware, however, that Ms. McCabe was using iOS version 15.2.1, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay, so that's right.
And you would agree that the way that an artifact is stored would depend on the iOS version that you use, correct?
Correct.
And your simulation did not use the iOS version that Ms. McCabe was running on her iPhone, correct?
Correct. I used the closest version I could find.
I find this incredible.
So I'd like to ask you some.
He works for like Celebrite, and he's this fancy, and he couldn't get the right iOS version. I find that just doesn't. I would have asked why. I would have asked why if I were on the defense, because I'm curious, like why, how, and why, like how, because we know that their expert's able to get it. So, Abby's saying doing better since I started my day in the clinic. Oh, that's great. Awesome. I'm happy to hear that, my friend. Yeah, I know. And that's the thing, right? And that's this, y'all know the jury's got to be thinking the same thing, right? Like it's just, it can happen with any type of expert. It could happen with like medical experts in certain cases, especially when you're maybe more so even like civil cases where it might get into really, really technical. Like, for example, in the Kowalski and J Hatch, they had some really technical medical people coming in where it's the same thing. You're at the risk of just completely losing the jury, when you could just break it down in a way where it's like, okay, yeah, this makes sense. But that's the trouble. That's the challenge with expert witnesses, because you want them to be experty, but you want people to understand what they're saying. And that comes from the prosecutor or whoever it is that brings them in, right? It could be either side, but in asking the right questions,
Questions about the characteristics of browserstate.db-wall in record number 4028.
Okay.
For anyone who didn't hear it, I have not yet watched John O'Keefe's interview because I haven't had time. If y'all want to watch it, we can totally do that. Just let me know.
That record number, I believe you testified, was found to be deleted, correct?
Correct.
But you were able to recover the date and time associated with it, correct?
The date and time of the last viewed?
Of that record number?
Yes.
And what was that date and time?
2:27 and 40 seconds a.m.
You were also able to recover the content of that particular Google search itself?
I was able to recover the URL for it, yes.
Okay, and what was that Google search?
Hoss Long to Die in the Cold.
And it's true, however, that the session history could not be recovered, correct?
That's correct.
Now, given those characteristics that you've just discussed, did your testing result in a WAL file record, a WAL file record, that matched the characteristics of 4028? In other words, deleted with session history not recoverable?
The issue with the session history, I was able to recover only the first page of session history. What happens is when there's a large amount of data that's split over multiple pages, if it's a live record, all those pages point to each other so that you can chain it together and get one large amount of information. Once they've been deleted, some of those pages can be overwritten and therefore the pointers don't make sense anymore. So the amount of information in this session was way larger than one page, and I wasn't able to recover anything further.
Okay, and you'd agree that the simulation was done using a different operating system, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate the other deletions that appeared before and after that record 4028?
Which deletion, sorry?
Well, you had testified, and I believe there was an exhibit that was introduced that showed that there were multiple deletions both before and after, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate those deletions?
When I manually deleted records from the history, then the records also were deleted from the browser state.
Is that yes or no? I
Now,
don't know what that means.
I believe that you testified, and if you didn't, I believe it's in your report, that there are essentially 5 mechanisms for record deletions in the browser state database, correct?
Correct.
You ruled out 4 of them pretty quickly, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you've testified to that today, correct?
Correct.
On the news station. I don't know what the
The
news
only
station.
remaining option was selective deletion by a user, or there's some internal mechanism for record deletion that is not fully understood, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Does that mean you guys want to run
know of, as you testified today, you know of no internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, correct?
I've not been able to replicate that function, no.
All right. If there is no unknown internal mechanism for record deletion that's
So I will just say we're going to be done with the cell phone shenanigans here in just a second in terms of this, But what I think he's getting at, and again, I think it's interesting because of the different approach. Again, with Jessica Hyde, the approach was she can't rule out that the search wasn't made at 227 or earlier. Here, it really sounds more like trying to imply that Proctor had possession of the phone. Proctor would have had the knowledge to delete something without it being detectable, right? That's what he's getting at here. So it's a completely different angle than what they had with Jessica Hyde.
not fully understood, that would leave selective deletion by a user, correct?
Not in this case, no.
All right. Well, selective deletion, you would agree, means that a user selects what to delete, correct?
Correct.
And regarding the user, the term user, what is that? Who is that?
Whoever's using the phone at the time.
Okay, so it's actually somebody who is using the actual iPhone itself, correct?
Correct.
Not necessarily a computer expert, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that somebody who had access to the data
Love you, Natty.
before it was extracted and sent to you could have made selective deletions of the data?
Objection. I'll allow that.
No, I don't.
Are you aware of an app called MySQL?
Yes.
What is MySQL?
MySQL is just a method for viewing SQLite databases.
All right. If someone had access to the raw data, again, before it was sent to you, and used that app, they could make selective deletions of the data, couldn't they?
I assume you're talking about opening up the extraction, taking out the particular file and editing it?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You're right, Your Honor. I apologize. And I apologize to you. If you could restate your question or answer or give me your full answer.
Okay. So it would be possible with the extraction to take out particular databases, alter them, and put them back into the extraction. But there's something called a hash mechanism that we have in place that would it essentially hashes the original data, and then it can be hashed again at a later date.
Keep in mind,
It results.
okay, again, I'm trying to point out things that I think we can think about, even though we might not understand what the fuck they're talking about. Keep in mind that the questions that he's going to be asking are going to be things more than likely that they're hoping to be able to prove with their expert, who will be coming in to contradict these experts, right? So that's something we can always be thinking about. Like with the questions he's asking, he's like saying, hey, like a user can be anybody, right? And it's like, yeah. And it's like, is there a way that they could, use this app, right, to where it would edit things before you get your hands on it type deal. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, right? And so my guess via these questions is that their expert, Brian Green, and I know he's already testified, but I will say again, because so much of it is like over my fucking head, you know, and I feel like their expert wasn't much easier to understand, but we'll make our way through it just like we have with these guys. But so my thought is like that that Brian Green will be able to show that the files were manipulated in some way, which I feel like if that happened, that would have been pretty earth shattering. Like if he was able to come in and be like, yeah, 100%, like these things were deleted, but they were deleted not by Jen McCabe. I mean, of course he couldn't say this, right? It would have to be implied, but they were deleted after the fact, and then it would like point to Trooper Proctor, right? If he was able to come in and really show that, and it was like, yeah, wow, that's what it looks like. Trooper Proctor, you know, manipulated the phone. I mean, I feel like that would have been hard to miss. But that is what it sounds like Yannetti is kind of implying here through these questions. So,
in a long string of characters, and if there's any changes to the original data, then we'd see that it's been modified.
Would you agree with me that someone with access to that data and an appropriate application or program could also delete and renumber history.db and knowledge.cso so that it would appear as though there was no break in the numbering, so that it would also appear that nothing was deleted?
It's potentially possible, but would require a large amount of knowledge and skill to do in a way that can't be detected.
Thank you very much, sir.
See, and he leaves it there. Smart. That's smart. Because if he kept going down that path, that was really brilliant. And let me point out why. He left it where we don't know how much skill it would take. Right? It's great because when you've got an expert witness or a witness of any kind who sticks to answering just the question, like this Ian Whiffin fellow who seems, I mean, he's great, right? He didn't say how much skill it would take. He didn't say there's no way someone would be able to do this unless they had an advanced blah, blah. He just said it would just be difficult to do it in a way that wouldn't be detected. And he didn't elaborate, and he didn't ask him to elaborate. And you know what? I think that was a smart move, because had he, Yannetti wouldn't know what he would say, and it was like that would have been a gamble, right? They all say don't ask a question that you don't know the answer to, right? In terms of how they're going to answer, and it's entirely possible that if Yannetti asked him like, well, how much skill, and then it's like he says it's like some sort of like you'd have to be an expert, blah blah. It's like, well, that rules out Trooper Proctor, right? Of course, the gamble is he could have described how much skill, and maybe it's actually not that much. And maybe it's like, yep, definitely Proctor would fit that category, but it wasn't worth it. That answer was really good for the defense. In terms of if that's what they're hoping to show, is that Proctor manipulated the phone. So we are now on to Nicholas Guarino. And I have to say, it's interesting because kind of like Tully, he definitely comes across way better than the other. I would say he comes across the best of all of them for law enforcement. He seems educated. He seems smart. He clearly doesn't want to be there because we hear him say, kill me on the witness stand. He doesn't add a narrative. He doesn't weasel. I don't think he weasels that much at all. Well, I'm sure we'll point it out if we see it. But I think he's probably the most qualified of all the different people we've seen from the Massachusetts State Police. And I will say Tully was more involved in directly involved in the investigation than this guy, because this guy only dealt with the cell phones. So anyway, but we're going to hear, this is just to refresh y'all's memory. This is the dude who has to read all of their text messages on the witness stand. And then he goes through all the missed calls and all the voicemails. And then he also, we won't get to all of it today, but he also goes through John O'Keefe's cell phone activity, which is really important. This was a big deal when this came out, in terms of remember we hear about the stairs and shit. So we'll get to that part on the next one, but this one's mostly just going to be all the communication between John and Karen.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yep, Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the Massachusetts State Police?
This is my 9th year now.
Now, with respect to your role within the state police, where is it that you work now?
I currently work at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect to that, what, if any, specialized role do you have within the detective unit attached to the Norfolk DA's office?
Yeah, I conduct cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and I also do sexual assault investigations.
And specifically on February 2nd, 2022, did you have occasion to remove that infotainment system from the vehicle pursuant to that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
And once that item was removed from the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, did you do with it?
After we removed it from the vehicle, it was brought back to Norfolk DA's office for
I just think this is so funny how they couldn't get anything from the navigation system and the all that. Like it's just yeah. I mean, it's interesting, right? Because this is like we're not going to hear all of that. I think I cut most of it out, but there's a lot of questions about how he tries to contact Murdaugh, right, to get into the motherboard and get into the thingy-mabobbers, and so he can download this and that. And they're just like, we don't have the software to support it, and all this and that. And it's like, it just reminds me so much of Murdaugh, where I mean, maybe that's just a thing. Maybe these car companies just are not good about turning information over, or they don't. I mean, it's just. This dude describes a process that sounds very much like what we heard about in Murdaugh, where he's like, yeah, I call every day for 2 years, or, I'm paraphrasing, right? And then he's like, yeah, I saw them at this conference. They said to keep bugging them. I kept bugging them. Nothing. And he seems actually really annoyed. He's like, yeah, what can I do? They just are like, yeah, we don't have the software yet. We can't do it. It reminds me so much of in Murdaugh when they're like, yeah, we tried. We called GM and they don't have anything, blah, blah. I mean, it's got to be frustrating, right? It's got to be frustrating.
data extraction or attempt to.
At some point, were you able to download any information from that particular infotainment system from the defendant's vehicle?
Not from the infotainment system, but Burla released a new item similar to a mechanic scan tool. It plugs into the OBD2 port, which is underneath the dash. So we're basically, if a mechanic went in there with a scan tool to tell you why you have a check engine light, this does something similar. So you plug it in, and then it pulls the car diagnostic data from that.
And as far as the data that you received from that, what, if anything, did you observe?
Again, I got a series of 14s was the numbers. It was no readable data. I reached out to Burla and asked them, I said, is there a reason why it pulled this data, but when I put it into the software, it's not telling me anything. It's not giving me any readable data. And they said they know it is diagnostic data, but they haven't got anything from Lexus to say these 14s, these codes mean this. Oh,
this has got to be so frustrating. So again, this dude for like over a year, whatever, some long period, he's trying from Burla to get this infotainment system, for them to crack this infotainment system and be able to read it or whatever, right? And they keep saying, keep trying to call, keep bugging them because they just need to get the right update, blah, blah. Never happens. And so eventually he talks about how they have to jailbreak it. And then he's talking about this other tool. So then Burla just still doesn't have the right software that they need for that thing. But then they do come out with another tool. Yay, right? And that's what he's describing. It's a new tool. You plug it into the OBD port and it's supposed to give you shit from there. What does it do? It gives him a series of 14s. And then he's like, hey, what do the 14s mean? And they're like, we don't know.
They only know it as emissions.
It's got to be so frustrating.
Now, with respect to the information that you, Ms. Gaffney, and Mr. Speak were able to remove pursuant to that chip-off process, what, if any, usable information were you able to glean from that?
As I was told by AG, there was no data that was recovered off the infotainment system or the telematics module from the chip off.
And with
I mean,
respect to
I sometimes wonder if, you know how like similarly with the cell phone company, like iPhone, you know, and like with like things like that are encrypted, right? Like messaging platforms. I wonder if there's this like, okay, what's the right way to put it? If these car manufacturers, right, or whoever it is that's manufacturing their software for, in terms of like the telemetry and the navigations and the infotainment and all that shit, right? I wonder if there's like a, you know, a decision that is, or what's the right way to put it? Something that is going to come up, right? Where like, is the priority going to be to protect data, right? Or is the priority going to be to make it accessible? Because I could see that that might be part of why this is an issue, right? Where they can't get this shit. Or if they get it, they have to work really hard to get it, or get it like in Murdaugh, right? They get it out of luck, sheer luck. Because I could totally see them kind of going the route of some of these other platforms in terms of like that are like they're valuing privacy, right, of data. I mean, and it makes sense. It does make sense. Like people's cars and their vehicle data, it does make sense that should be private, right? I mean, this is I don't have an answer. This is just a question. I'm just wanted to discuss it with y'all. I'm curious what you guys think. Like, you know, should it, like, it really begs the question. It's more along the question of, you know, how much of our shit should be accessible, right? Because thinking about it, right? Like if we, whether it's our emails, our phone calls, our text messages, our vehicle data, our search history, whatever the case is, all of these different things, for normal people, they value their privacy and they would feel like it was a infringement, right, of their privacy if someone, like, well, not anyone, but law enforcement could just access that, right? But I could also see how the same people would be like, well, hold on now, if there's a criminal or a suspect, you know, then they should be able to get that shit so they can use it in the case against them. But the trouble is that it's hard to have both things, because you've got the companies don't know ahead of time who's going to be a suspect and who's not, right? So they're either going to have to make their shit where it is pretty hard to crack, or they're going to have to make their shit where it's pretty easy to crack. And then, so in other words, I don't know if I'm making any sense, but I think this is something that is where we're being faced with right now, because both are important, right? It's like with all the increase in technology, it's become so important that we rely on it to solve these cases, but also at the same time, it's like, it's so important that our data is secure. I'm happy that you're able to hear, Abby. That's good. So I don't know. I think this is part of why there's trouble, where it's like, I think the reason why it's like, oh, great, awesome, infotainment, there's data. We should be able to get this data. Yay, wonderful, right? And then it's like, we try. Oh, we can't get it. I think that's probably reflective or indicative of the issue I'm describing, where it's like they haven't quite figured out how to handle this yet, because the data needs to exist, but should it be accessible? No, Abby, the judge declared a mistrial officially on Monday. The jury was hopelessly deadlocked. Abby was asking if they came to a conclusion. So I think it's an important issue about this stuff. Like, you know, it's just, again, it's more of a broader thing of like, what do we want to prioritize? Do we want to prioritize privacy of data, right? Or do we want to prioritize accessibility of data? Because I don't think we can say, well, hold on, I want my data to be I think the priority should be my data should be private, but for a suspect, no, I don't think you can have it both ways, because the companies, again, they can't read the minds and know ahead of time who's going to commit a crime and make the data different for the level of accessibility to law enforcement, right? They're going to design the shit how they design it. So, we're going to have to make that decision without saying it's going to have to apply different to different people, because I don't think that's possible. And that's what we're seeing, I think. So I don't know if you mean that means they did a good job or what, because they were happy. Like, I think the vast majority of the public was like really disappointed, but the defense was happy with a mistrial. So I'm curious to hear y'all's thoughts on this issue of privacy and data and encryption and all that, because I think it's important. It's a big part of what's going on today for a lot of things, not just in solving crimes, but but a lot of these decisions, when it comes to this, the implications and for the ability to solve crimes are huge, right? For whatever does end up happening. If they can totally lock this shit down, by they, I mean the companies, to where it's just everything's encrypted totally and there's no way to get to any of it, like whether it's text messages or cell phone data or Bluetooth or cars, if people's individual privacy is prioritized and that shit is like locked down by the companies because they're like, yeah, sorry, it's people's data, we're protecting it, and law enforcement can't jailbreak it or whatever, is that the right thing? And I don't have an answer, but I do know that's going to make a huge difference in the ability to prosecute cases for sure, because a lot of that these days is based on it. So
the imaging that was done with regard to the Dell laptop and the desktop, what, if anything, was it that you were looking for specifically on those devices?
We were looking for Ring video to see if either computer was used by Officer O'Keefe as a login machine to handle the account.
And from your review of what was extracted or imaged from each of those two respective computers, what, if any, information were you able to glean in reference to Ring.com or anything else?
Neither computer was used. One appeared to be used mostly by the kids, and the other, I believe, was the laptop, was used mostly by O'Keefe, but there were no Ring logins.
As far as the Ring connection, what, if any, devices were you, throughout the course of the investigation, were you able to ascertain were actually connected to the Ring cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Officer O'Keefe's cell phone.
With regard to this investigation, you involved in the extraction of data or the examination of extracted data from any particular phones?
Yes, I did John O'Keefe's phone, Karen Reed's phone, and we had two witnesses' phones, but I don't remember doing the extractions themselves.
But as far as the data from those phones, have you had opportunity to look at that data? And specifically, I'm asking about both Jennifer McCabe's phone and Ms. Carrie Roberts' phone.
Yes, I have.
Now, were you also at some point provided with some material from Brian Higgins' phone?
Yes, I saw screenshots of text messages.
And from the material that you were provided with reference to Mr. Higgins' phone, were you then able to cross-reference that eventually at some point with respect to the information in both Ms. Reed's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I was.
From what you reviewed, was the information contained within the material provided by Mr. Higgins, was that consistent with what you observed in Ms. Reed's phone as well as Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes, I didn't see any differences in those messages.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, at the time that you received it, did you have any passcode or any way to get into the phone?
I'm sorry, whose phone?
Ms. Reed's phone.
Oh, no. The software we use to try to bypass passwords to be able to extract the evidence, or I should say the extraction of the data to look for evidence, her phone at that time was not supported.
With respect to the defendant's phone, you at some point reviewed the extraction from the defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to that phone, what, if anything, did you observed with regard to GPS locations associated with that device?
I didn't see that many, maybe a handful showing different spots in Canton, but nothing that stood out to me.
So again, now here we're back to GPS on the cell phone.
Now, with respect to your review of the phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as to whether or not those GPS locations were allowed or permitted or turned off or on by a user?
I can't say. I didn't see anything, like I said, that stuck out to me. Normally, if the GPS points aren't there, then location services are probably turned off.
But what I'm asking, though, is the device itself was capable.
So, okay, I have a lot to say here. I love it whenever I hear them talk about the shit, because ever since Murdaugh, I feel like we've become like really experts on how this goes. So I have a lot to say. Again, like, first of all, it's shocking to me that the Commonwealth doesn't bring in anybody like an expert to talk about cell phone location. Think about how much foundation was laid in Murdaugh when it comes to the cell phone location data. A large portion of that trial was spent breaking down step by step how to understand the cell phone shit. Expert after expert, law enforcement, I mean, one after another. And it was done, honestly, they did a really good job compared to what we see in other trials. Like, it was still hard to understand. Yeah, but it was still understandable because we got there, you know? It was definitely better, like more, you know, they did a better job of explaining some of it. But anyway, so he's asking this dude, you know, basically to come to a conclusion as to why was, you know, it's really, what do they call, and they call it the ultimate issue, right? When it comes to like a case, like this is the ultimate issue. Like, think about in Murdaugh, right? When they're like, so why is it that we don't have location data for Maggie's phone, like as an example, right? It's like, think about how many people came in to lay the foundation in order to then attempt to answer that question. And I still don't think they were allowed to directly ask that because it's the ultimate issue. It's an issue of fact, and that's for the jury to decide. What they were able to do is bring in different people to say, how likely is it that it was this or that or the other thing, right? Did she not have it to her location turned on, or did she have it turned on and shit was deleted? And, you know, what was the deal? And because, you know, and you know, and that wasn't just with her, it was with the other phones as well. So I guess everybody except for Paul's phone wasn't missing any data, but but just think about how many people came in just to try to lay the foundation for that. And so it's so interesting that here now you've got Lolly is trying to get him to answer the ultimate issue question. And he doesn't really, because he's actually, again, this dude's actually not weaselly like the others as much anyway. He's doing a good job of just answering the question, but Lolly's not getting the answer he wants yet. Now let's see what happens. I'm going to back up so we can hear this again, because Lolly's going to get objected to appropriately. Showing
different spots in Canton, but nothing that stood out to me.
Now, with respect to your review of the phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as to whether or not those GPS locations were allowed or permitted or turned off or on by a user?
I can't say. I didn't see anything, like I said, that stuck out to me. Normally, if the GPS points aren't there, then location services are probably turned off. So
that Lolly, I feel like, was lucky to get that answer out of him. That he should have just stopped there. That was a good answer for him in terms of, I mean, does it really mean anything? No. Like, that's why it's so funny, because it's like, everyone knows it doesn't mean anything nefarious, right? I keep my location services off. I only have it set for certain apps to turn on if I open up the app, like with weather and shit, right? Like, that's my default. So I don't think that, you know, if they can prove in any case where it's like, oh, they always have their location services turned on, but then they turn it off at this specific moment and then turn it back on at this specific moment, that's a little bit different. But just always having them off, like, no. And so, but that answer is as good as it's going to get for the Commonwealth, you know, because there isn't anything nefarious about it. But Lolly's going to try to make it seem nefarious, I think.
But what I'm asking, though, is the device itself was capable of retaining that data as far as GPS locations, correct?
Lolly, why?
Yes, if it's turned on.
And there were
See, and he's doing a good job of not being. He's like, yeah, if it's turned on. He's not like, yup, definitely, and he's not acting like there's anything weird about it. Like, I really appreciate that. Let's hear his response again, because Lolly's really trying to weasel here.
Thing, like I said, that stuck out to me. Normally, if the GPS points aren't there, then location services are probably turned off.
So what I'm asking, though, is the device itself was capable of retaining that data as far as GPS locations, correct?
Yes, if it's turned on.
And we know that, right? We know that it has to be turned on. Remember, we broke this down really well with Maggie's phone because they show. I remember we looked at it a lot. Like, you see of her phone, the pictures of her phone. She had location services turned on, and it had it with certain apps. And we learned a lot about that from Lieutenant Britt Dovefield. Do y'all remember? And like, if it's turned on, it will log it. If it's not turned on, it won't. It's really cut and dry when it comes to that. And so he's answering this correctly, you know. And
there were no real GPS locations to speak of that you observed in your review of the extraction of the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain from that as far as GPS locations were concerned?
There was quite a bit.
It's not objected to somewhere in there. It must
especially
be
on January 29th.
Now, sir, from your review of the 4 phone extractions that you reviewed in this case, were you able to export or print certain chat reports from specific people's phones or from specific people's phones with other individuals?
Yes, I was able to.
We're going to get to the hot mic moment here in a second, I do believe.
Kill me.
There it is.
With respect to what's up on the screen, the portion that you can see, do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to play that one more time so everyone can hear, in case you missed it.
Kill me.
Let me go back further. And this makes sense when we see what he has to do.
Sir, from your review of the 4 phone extractions that you reviewed in this case, were you able to export or print certain chat reports from specific people's phones or from specific people's phones with other individuals?
Yes, I was able to. Kill me.
I mean, I don't blame him because this is brutal. He does not want to be there. He doesn't, and you can tell by how quickly he reads these messages. He just wants to get off the fucking stand.
With respect to what's up on the screen, the portion that you can see, do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
Having said that,
For you as Exhibit 48.
Yes.
he should consider himself lucky he was not having to read the text messages between Lori and Chad Daybell, because A, there were a lot more of them, and B, they were a lot worse.
Now, within this particular, from the perspective of this is from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So there will be blue bubbles and green bubbles, is that correct as well?
Yes.
And so as far as the blue bubbles are concerned.
Now, this part is crazy. If you guys had any idea how long it took me to edit this, with these text messages, I'm just going to say, so, because they do this for a while with the text messages. And it's funny because there's like long periods of time where Lolly's having to like, okay, do you recognize this? And then let me enter it as an exhibit. And then, this the downtime that we see and they're marking it and blah, blah. And then he has to say, okay, do you recognize it? Blah, blah. And then he gets a set of pages in a row in, right? And then he's like, okay, sir, I want you to, and the dude's ready to read it, right? Like this dude knows the assignment without being told. There's some witnesses that are genuinely waiting for direction. He's already ready to go because he cuts Lolly off several times. While he's like, okay, sir, could you please read from? He's like, yep, I got it. Let me go. And so then he'll read and he'll read until Lolly stops him. And then Lolly will be like, and then, sir, can I please draw your attention? It's so slow. And this dude is like how I would be on stand with Lolly. I'm like, can we speed this thing up, please? And so it's really funny because editing this was, I kept feeling like, oh my God, how is it that like it's taking so long? Because like with each couple questions or each couple text messages, then there would be like lollygaggling of like, let me draw your attention to blah, 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 blah. And Miss Gilman, if you could please scroll to the thing they then did, but then he would jump on in, blah, 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 read a text one after another. And then it would go back to the lollygaggling. So anyway, but it's just funny just thinking about it from an editing perspective.
Speaking in that.
I edit all that out.
The blue bubbles will be from Miss Reed, and the green bubbles are from Officer O'Keefe.
Now, with respect to what's contained on this page 1 at the bottom, if you could read the date and the time and indicate who is speaking and what is said there, sir.
Yeah. So the blue bubble is Karen Reed and 1/28/2022 at 3:30 p.m. Hello. John says hi at 3:35 p.m.
Riveting.
At 9:49 a.m., Karen says, "You've really hurt me this time."
I wish Fenderr were here because she's a psychologist. See, we've got the Squirrel Crew's awesome because everybody has a different skill set. We've got somebody for everything. It's great. And so Fenderr is like our Squirrel Crew resident psychologist. And I wish she were here to weigh in on some of these messages. So I will give my own thoughts.
10:02 a.m. I'm sorry. This is, sorry, it's kind of hard to read. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy.
Seems like she's talking about the kids.
At 10:09 a.m., Karen says, I am not the same as everybody else. Most of the time, I try to do what is healthy/smart for them.
Now, they could have objected there. By they, I mean the defense, because he didn't actually read it verbatim. And technically, you're supposed to, right? Remember when they did this with Proctor because he wasn't reading the curse words? Now here, again, this is where they can choose to object or not. Because here, it wasn't an intentional misreading of a text. And it also wasn't important to the material. But what I'm referring to is how it says, the text actually says, I'm not the same as everyone else. And he says everybody else. So again, technically, it's objectionable because it's not verbatim was said like that. They're supposed to read, but he's not doing it on purpose, and it's not important enough for them to object. I just think it's funny to point out when they could object and they're not here.
More importantly, I try to support you and what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me, but I'm just trying my hardest. You made the point. I made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I'm falling apart and trying to get answers and help. Yeah. Karen says to John at 1:21 p.m. on the 28th, maybe you can call someone.
If you could continue
Yep.
on through page 5, sir.
Yep. On the 28th at 1:46 p.m., John says, like who? And 1:47 p.m., what time are you coming here? And then there is, at 2:05, there's a message but no content.
And the next message at 2:06, sir.
Yes, 2:06 from Karen. I don't know what time. Feel kind of out of it. Just trying to clear my head. 2:06 p.m. John writes back, okay. 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says, text me later when you guys settle in later. Text me when you guys settle in later. John says, sure, at 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says at 2:16, I feel pretty shitty about this. I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said.
Okay, so here's what my thoughts on that one. So there, she's actually kind of, this is just me. This is just Squirrel thoughts, literally. Okay, so like it sounds to me like that would be considered probably like if I were to try to think of it from like a therapist's perspective or a psychologist, which I'm not either, as y'all know. But to me, I feel like that's a good thing because she's admitted she's being made herself vulnerable, like in a good way, by saying, I feel like a loser. Hold on, let me back up to get exactly what she says here. There it is. I feel like a loser, turning around, just coming back over after everything you said. So on one hand, it's kind of like, I feel like a loser. Like, that's like being honest and whatever. But then it's like, why does she feel like a loser? Because this is the part where it's interesting, where it's like coming back over after everything you said. That is like, how to explain that, my interpretation of that. That's like a pride thing. So it's good that she's like admitting that she feels vulnerable or whatever, I guess, in a way. But the reason she feels that way, or the reason that that's even happening, is because it sounds like there's a pride thing, right? Because it's not like focusing on her feelings so much as she doesn't want to come back over after everything he said. It's almost like a stubbornness and a pride thing, if that makes sense. Do y'all know what I mean by that? Like not wanting, by coming back over, it's like conceding that they didn't hurt you that badly, or that they're right. I don't know what they're even arguing about, right? This is just me speculating in terms of like what this reads like to me. Just, that's all.
Now just coming back over after everything you said. At 2:17 p.m., John says, not sure what else you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it.
Now, his response to me makes perfect sense, because she just said, I feel like a loser if I come over after everything that happened. So I think that what is going on here is he understood that to mean she doesn't really want to come over. Which, totally understandable that that's what he read, because that's what she said, right? However, I think what she was doing is essentially fishing, if you will, for him to do something else. Like, she's like saying, like, this is just my interpretation of it. She's like, I feel like a loser if I come over after everything that happened. It's like she maybe wants confirmation from him that she's not a loser, or confirmation from him that she's right, or confirmation from him that he's wrong in some other way than what he's already done for her to feel okay to come over. Like, it sounds like to me, okay, let me put how to put it. It sounds to me like she wants to come over, but she needs him to give her another reason that it's okay, and that by coming over, she's not conceding defeat. Right? It's a pride thing. But he's not picking up on that, understandably so. This is all just my speculation, right? So he's like responding to what she said, where she's like, yeah, I feel like a loser to come over. He's like, you prefer to stay home. I totally get it. But you can see how this is getting lost in translation, because this is why, guys, like, perfect example, open communication and not having expectations that people are mind readers, not expecting people to read between the lines, I think is so important, because we're going to see things getting lost in translation here, in my opinion, that could be contributing to the issues that they had, or whatever you want to call it, right? Even if it's just a little argument, whatever. So much of this can just be avoided, I think. So.
Karen replies back at 2:17. Things in my own life have been difficult too, you know. John writes back at 2:17. I know. At 2:25 p.m. Tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. From Karen.
Again, all right.
You could continue on.
I think she's fishing. I think she didn't get whatever it was she wanted out of that last text, the couple messages ago, or the one about, I feel like a loser if I come over after everything that happened. We don't really know what all happened, right? But I feel like a loser. It's a pride thing, right? This speaks to me of a confidence thing and needing affirmation. So again, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say this a bunch of times, so I hope y'all don't get annoyed, but I feel like it's really important for me to make this disclaimer as many times as I can. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a therapist. These are just my opinions. This is just, my thoughts going through this that I think to myself, and I'm just sharing them with y'all. Y'all are welcome to disagree. So again, I think she's fishing here with, like, because she didn't get an answer she wanted from the last one. She's going a little bit more extreme in a way, right? Where she says, well, let me find it.
John writes back at 217, I know.
Here, tell me if you are interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. Because this kind of, honestly, we're looking at their conversation. It's out of left field. They're not talking about other people. They're talking about her coming over or not, right? So this is so interesting to me because it's like, you know, it's like they're talking about her coming over or not, and then it's like, tell me if you're interested in somewhere else. This is so like, to me, this is pretty clear, right? Of like lack of self-confidence, needing affirmation, fishing for a compliment, fishing, and also maybe provoking him to feel like maybe the situation is he thinks she's hurt enough. Like she doesn't think he's reflecting the amount of hurt she thinks he should be thinking she has, if that makes sense. Like, because he's not doing enough. And so she's trying to show just how hurt she is or how affected she was by whatever it was that happened for her to be saying something like this, right? So it could be a number of things. It's like he doesn't think she's hurt enough, or it's also like compliments of like, are you kidding me? No, why would I ever be interested in somebody else? I only have eyes for you. Like maybe she wants him to respond like singing back like is it Frank Sinatra, like, but I only have eyes, you know, for you, that song. Like maybe that's what she's wanting. Maybe. And then she's like, fine, I'll come over. Right? Oh man, if people could just say what they are thinking and feeling.
At 2:25 p.m., tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. From Karen.
You could continue on to page 8, sir.
Nope. Do you guys see? Like, this is just my life experience of people that I'm going off of here, where you see where there's the miscommunication. That my interpretation of her text message is she's wanting something akin to, but I only have eyes for you, right? Something like that. And he says, nope. Can't play. He's answering the question. That's why it's so funny. He's answering the question. But do you think that's going to be the answer she's wanting? No, I would say it's probably not it's a great answer. He says nope. He could have said, yeah, I'm interested in so-and-so. Nope. That's a great answer. But I just have this feeling it's not going to be enough because she's wanting a grand gesture, I think.
At 2:25, John responds back, nope. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?
It's very realistic.
That was at 2:26. At 2:29, he writes, kids are here, not in the mood to talk. So you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep
He didn't even say that. This is I honestly start to get annoyed here. I know there's a lot of people that do this. I don't get it. This whole thing of like, I don't know if it's manipulating or if it's just misunderstanding. I'm curious what you guys think here. Hi, Kidsmits. So curious what you guys think here. Is she misunderstanding what he's saying? Is she projecting? Is she gaslighting him? What's going on? Because literally he didn't say this. There's some reason. How do you just out of the blue, so you're not into it anymore? That's fine. But I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this. It's like he's being really realistic and responding exactly to what she's saying. And it's almost like, is she trying to provoke him? Again, is she trying to just prove a point? You don't understand how hurt I am from this morning. Is she trying to get him to really apologize by like getting her flowers or whatever? Is she really like, what is going on? You know, because we went from like, it seems like maybe she just is being stubborn and prideful to like, now it's like almost as if she's creating an issue. That's how the way this reads to me, if I'm being honest, it's like she's creating an issue. Maybe there was an issue. We don't know what happened, the thing that they're referring to from the morning. We don't know what it is. But whatever that was or wasn't, I feel like in these text messages, she's creating another issue by acting like there's an issue, right? It's like, it's just, do you guys see what I mean by that? Right. Yeah, Kidsmith's, of course it doesn't mean she hit him. Yeah. This whole thing with the text message, I feel like is really completely irrelevant to anything that happened to him that night. If we go through this and I see something that I think does matter and is relevant to this case, I'll point it out. I don't think any of these are relevant to the case at all, because I don't think there should have been a case in the first place. And y'all know how I feel about that. But like, I'm looking at these just purely from just completely separate from the car and from the murder. And like, I'm literally just looking at this as a conversation between two people, completely out of context, because to me, that's how it is. Like, this is irrelevant. So it's more like just interesting to kind of go through from a psychological standpoint. Yeah. So that's what I think. That's what we've been presented with. It just seems like that can't be what it is, unless Karen's just making a much bigger deal out of it, because it sounds like it's a big deal from the way she's describing it. And in my mind, I'm like, there's no way that that's what they're referring to, right? Because like, that's nothing. Oh, it's absolutely a reach. It's ridiculous. It has nothing to do with anything, really. So I think the only time it matters is when you're looking at the time in terms of right around 12:30 a.m. or whatever, when it's like figuring out where the cell phones were and where the people were around that time period. But all the stuff leading up to it, no. So, but it's fun because I get to go through it and look at it, trying to analyze it like a psychologist or a therapist. And as I go along, I make the disclaimer a bazillion times that I'm not any of those things. But I do think these text messages are interesting, just again, completely out of context in terms of the case, but just looking at the conversation. But yeah, I'm going to, just to show it one more time, I'm going to back it up a second. Because I feel like that's so out of the blue.
That was at 2:26. 2:29, he writes, kids are here, not in the mood to talk.
Kids are here, not in the mood to talk. And her response.
So you're not into it anymore.
What the fuck, man? If I was John O'Keefe, okay, and I got this text, I would be like, WTF, mate? Like, what? I didn't say that. I said the kids are here. I can't talk. Like, what?
More. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying, and you keep treating me like this.
I would be really annoyed. I would be really annoyed if I were John.
2:29 p.m.
Just saying.
Ms. Reed says, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning, and you whack me in the face with a pillow.
Okay, now here's how I read that. I could totally see, like, when I remember when I heard this the first time, I think I probably laughed to myself, because I can totally picture this. I feel like everyone's been here, right? But that's what's so funny is that situation can mean so many different things. Sometimes it means, hey, I'm trying to sleep. There's some people who they're like, don't ever try to wake me up if I'm asleep. Like, hey, I love you, but just so you know, when I'm asleep, I might accidentally smack you. We've all heard of people like this, right? Where it's like, I don't mean to, but like, if I'm half asleep, I don't know what I'm doing. Just so you know, I'm that type of sleeper. Like, don't poke me, don't kiss me, don't push me or roll me over, like, because I might accidentally kick you or slap you or whatever in my sleep. I mean, there's people that are like that. It could also be a flirty thing. If it's a new couple, right? This whole whacking in the face with a pillow could be like a type of, foreplay as it were, or whatever. We see that all the time in like cheesy movies, right? Where there's like the whacking in the face with a pillow. Actually, my favorite B movie, The Room. There's a lot of that in that movie, and it's a B movie. So the whole thing with they're whacking each other in the face with pillows, literally, in like one of the first scenes in the movie. And all of that is because the creator of that movie thinks that's what couples do. Because why? He sees it in regular like chick flicks, in romance, whatever movies, that they're flirting, they're goofing around with the pillows. That's why he's doing it in his B movie. So it's like, anyway, so there's a lot of different ways this could be. Then it could also be like, I mean, actually, when I think about it, I think my interpretation of that situation is one of those two things, more than likely. What I don't imagine it being is if someone kisses you and you're mad at them, that you would hit them with a pillow. That doesn't make as much sense to me. It just doesn't read to me that way. But let me know if you guys disagree. I'm curious. Yeah, The Room. I freaking love that movie. It's my favorite thing of all time. Also, speaking of recital traditions, Kitsmith, my post-recital tradition was watching The Room with all my friends. Even though I also watched it other times, but that was a recital tradition. Yeah, so Kitsmith is agreeing with that about the don't mess with me when I'm sleeping thing. Yeah, for sure. By the way, Kit Smiths, shout out to you. I have my goat. I have a goat. I've been waiting to debut it though, because I don't want to debut it until there's a reason for the goat to scream. And I'm like, fucking hell, I wish I'd had this. I wish I got this in time when we were still doing Trooper Paul. I almost thought, do we need to go back and watch him all over again so we can do it with the goat? If people, y'all listening, even on Replay Crew, if you guys want to do Trooper Paul again with the goat, we'll do it. Not a problem. I don't think that'll ever get old, watching Trooper Paul. Or any of the other witnesses, honestly, seriously, like Meerkat McCabe, like Higgins, the goat. There's so many times where I wish I'd had the goat, but I have the goat now. So anything that is worth rewatching with the goat, just let me know. So that's a good point. Yeah. So yes, that's what I want to say.
At 2:29, at 2:30, she says, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about when we talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not into it so much anymore? At 2:30, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was at 2:30, John says, not
like, again, she's almost goading him, if you will, to say he's not into it. This is insane to me. Again, it's fishing. It's one of two things, okay? Or both. So here, like she says, last night you basically said, yeah, what about when we talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not so much into it anymore? It's either she's fishing for compliments here because she's insecure. Again, like I've been saying, all of her text messages so far have reflected this, or it's trying to start an issue, which I don't understand why people do that, but they do it. Of like she's trying to start a fight, or it could be both. But I don't understand this mindset of a person, because why? Like, all he said so far is, I can't talk, I'm with the kids. And all of her responses are escalating this. And it's a lot. Yeah, I know, right?
like, yeah, what about when we talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not into it so much anymore? At 2:30, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was at 2:30, John says, not how it went down, but okay.
Look at this. He's like, you're making something out of nothing. And well, look at how she's going to respond. Can you please admit your head is out of the game? It's like dude, this is insane to me. It's like he's not wanting to admit that he hates her. He's not wanting to admit that it's over. He's not wanting to admit that this is a big deal, that there's a big, huge issue. He's not wanting to say, yeah, you're right, I'm seeing somebody else, because he flat out says nope. He's not wanting to say, like, she's trying to find issues, and he's saying, no, none of these things are issues. I don't think this way. I don't feel this way. And she's not accepting it. She will not take it for it. It's like she's not going to give up until he's like, yep, I hate you. We're over. It's very weird. It's very, very, very weird. Kidsmans is saying, as far as Amber Heard, she'd instigate and escalate fights with JD just to keep him from walking away. But it doesn't make any sense, because it's like, I mean, I know Amber would do this. I'm just saying, when you look at this type of text message here, can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? It's like forcing someone to break up with you, right? I don't understand. It's like that's what this looks like to me. Is it's like she's not taking no for an answer. Like she's like forcing him to be like, yes, fine, we're over, fine, you get it, you win, you know.
Can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? At 2:32 p.m., sick of always arguing, fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you, apparently. From John. And then John again at 2:32. Oh my God, stop calling.
Now, Trooper Guarino, from the text messages that you were just testifying from, Mr. O'Keefe indicates, OMG, stop calling at 2:32 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, from your review of those call logs, how many times did the defendant call Mr. O'Keefe on January 28th from approximately 9:19 a.m. to about 2:58 p.m.?
There's 18 calls from 9:19 to about 2:59 p.m.
Those calls are listed within those records as various as far as rejected or missed or answered or things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How many of them are rejected?
11.
How many of them are missed?
4.
And how many are answered?
3.
Now, following that text message.
Kids was just saying, right? Yeah, I know. You never said it made sense. It's not rational. Yeah, I'm a really rational person. I feel like. I mean, of course, I feel like should anyone be saying that about themselves? Probably not. But like, I don't know. I think you could probably ask any of my former boyfriends, and they would probably say, yeah. Like, I don't know. Yeah, so kids was saying, I don't understand it personally, but like I think some people think that passion and constant attention equals good relationships. So when they feel that waning, they seek it at all costs. Yeah, kids was considers herself, I don't know, maybe there's something too with like classical music people are just maybe different in some ways. I think our brains, I honestly think our brains develop differently. Because like, well, without going too much into it, like for one thing, we learn at a very young age, like my brain is trained against instant gratification and towards goal setting and like achieving things, right? Like long-term gratification, if you will. And like, I don't know, it's just different. I feel like the brain becomes different the way that, especially if you are starting out really young. So Kidsmith says, my husband and I almost never fight. We discuss, sometimes those discussions are less comfortable, but we know there's no point in getting super worked up. Yeah. I mean, that sounds great. And, Super Planner Girl was here earlier, but her and her husband have a really great relationship too. And I love having y'all like couples like that in the chat too, because you guys can kind of weigh in on how you would handle these things. So yeah, I have been single for a while, so I can't speak to current experience, and I've never been married either, but I have had many long-term relationships. So, but I'm not currently in that position to where I can speak to, how I handle things right now. So, but I will also say that, while I'm not anyone who does like, YouTube-y things of myself of like and subscribe. I mean, y'all have never heard me say that. I've never said that until right now, which I'm saying it as a joke, right, to explain it. So, I'm not like that or whatever. But it's funny because every now and again, like I'll go and look at like my, on my YouTube dashboardy thing where it has like, the YouTube has like the analytics and shit. And, I just wanted to point this out and say something here real quick that, right now I'm at 1397 subscribers. So I'm 3 subscribers away from 1400. And again, I don't actually I'm not like trying to do anything. I don't have a goal in mind with, anyway, I just wanted to say that whether it's, even though I didn't intend for anything and I don't have a goal, it still means a lot that people are here watching this and people are subscribing. And, I think 1400 is probably considered a milestone. So to a certain extent, of course, that changes as the numbers increase. And not that I'm saying mine will, but, like if you're EDB, right, your milestone is like probably every 10,000 subs or something. I don't really know. I don't remember how she does it with the We Banged thing. It might still be every 1,000. I'm not sure. But anyway, but yeah, so I'm only 3 subscribers away from 1400. So that is, I just wanted to say that like what that means to me is that it's the Squirrel crew, right? Like it just makes me happy because there's so many people who stumble upon this channel and are like really affected in a positive way by it and by you guys. It's you guys, it's you guys that are here watching in the chat. And like, and I don't know why I deserve to have anybody here watching. I don't deserve it. Actually, I can say for like, that's a fact. Like I don't deserve that at all. But I'm just glad that you guys are here. I'm glad that you guys like being here and that you guys are all friends and we have the best Squirrel crew in the world. And really, we do. And So anyway, I just appreciate y'all. That's what I wanted to say.
At 2:32 p.m. from Mr. O'Keefe to the defendant, asking her to stop calling him. Does the defendant keep calling?
Yes, she does.
And at some point, does Mr. O'Keefe call Ms. Reed back?
Yes, at about 3 p.m. on the 28th.
So if I could turn your attention back to page 10 on the text messages with respect.
Okay, so Mr. Lally, when you put your head down and when you walk away, we can't hear you. And so there won't be a record of this, so you have to keep your voice up.
I will do, Your Honor. My apologies.
Well, you just said, you just put your head down and your voice went down. So keep your voice up. It's really important you do so.
I like this dude. He's you know, of the law enforcement dudes, I think he's the most likable. Maybe when I say most likable, because I mean, again, not that he's like because he's not weaselly. He's not charismatic. He's not trying to tell a story. He's just, you know, again, he seems knowledgeable and intelligent, and he's answering the question. He answers the questions, and that's it. So I love that. No additional.
Trooper Guarino, turning your attention.
Oh, sorry, let me just point that out. Look at that red book right there on Judge Beth's dusky thing. That looks like I'm trying to read what it says. The color, looking at the size of it and the color, it looks like the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure. So I would imagine that's what it is. It's probably the annotated.
Attention back to page 10 of these text messages. Would read from Ms. Reed's response to Mr. O'Keefe at 2:32.
Yes, so 2:32 p.m., she says, why would you start with me this morning? And then followed up by 2:33, you're setting me up to fail. Ms. Reed says you start a number of fights from your end.
You're setting me up to fail. It sounds like something that Tommy Wiseau would have put in the room of like, what? Like, it's like a cliche, but it's also out of left field. Like, I don't understand that. Like, let me back that up again. I just don't understand. If someone can help me understand, that would be great.
Why would you start with me this morning?
I want to see this.
And then followed up by...
Yeah. Why would you start with me this morning and then you're setting me up to fail? So why would you start with me this morning? Is that about the Dunkin' Donuts? You're setting me up to fail? What? I don't even understand. Like, again, it just sounds like she's trying to pick a fight. Or
At 2:33, you're setting me up to fail.
Yeah.
Ms. Reed says you start a number of fights from your end. John, and that's at 2:33. At 2:33, John writes back, I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again.
And how does the defendant respond to that?
So you're not into this anymore. And then John says, not into fighting all the time, correct. That's at 2:34 p.m.
Look at this. She's still trying to get him to say, yep, I hate you. I don't want to be with you anymore, or whatever. She's not going to give up until he says that. But if I were him, I would just be like, fine, you win. I mean, in a way, because it's almost like she wants him to break up with her, really. I mean, and maybe she did. Maybe that's the explanation. Maybe she really was actually wanting to break up, but she didn't want to be the one to do it. I don't know why that would be the case. Like, I'm going to force you to break up with me. Like that movie, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. You guys remember that movie from the 90s or something? So it's like that, right? Like, what's all the things I can do to get you to break up with me? I can't do it. You have to do it. So I'm going to make you. Like, that's what this sounds like to me. It's kind of insane. And like, so you're not into this anymore. This is like the third or fourth time she's asked him. I think the fourth time. And every time he's like, that's not the case. Oh, so she can, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Says, not into fighting all the time, correct. That's at 2:34 p.m.
Not into fighting all the time, correct. But see, I don't know why this to me has nothing to do with her innocence or anything. This is like, remember, he was not hit by a car. So if she killed him, it was not with her car. Like, that's what we can say. And I don't know how else. We still don't have an idea, any clue how he fucking died, but it was not with a car. So, unless the only thing that would make me think that Karen's not innocent is if all of a sudden there's some new information that comes out that the way that he died was with her killing him. I don't know, like with the fire hydrant, maybe. I still, like that would be an explanation. So, yeah, I have not. So Paul did an actual interview like on camera. I haven't watched it yet. Have you watched it, Kid Smits? I haven't seen that in the Discord. I haven't had time, so I don't know if that's DSN commenting or if that was Paul O'Keefe commenting. Because I haven't watched the interview yet. So are you saying that that's what Paul O'Keefe is saying? I don't know who the he is. So we'll watch it. We'll watch it. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah. See, I haven't gotten a chance to pull that up either. So, yeah, we'll watch it. We'll watch it when we get to a good breaking point. Maybe between the text messages and the voicemails, we'll watch it. Yeah, cool. Because I haven't yet. I was waiting for someone else to be like, "Yeah, I haven't watched it," and then let's watch it. So cool. We'll do it.
234. Ms. Reed says, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. John writes back, but there's no...
It's like she's not taking no for an answer. She wants him to break up with her.
No content at 234. And then at 234, she says, then stop starting with me.
Now, I don't understand what that no content thing means, because it looks like she responded to something. I don't know what that is.
Okay, respond to that.
At 234, he writes back, I'm not answering, stop calling. Ms. Reed says, can you please answer after how you treated me?
By the way, Kitsmans, how cute is it that DSN is like giving us like play-by-play updates of where he's at with Debt Be Heard. I love it so much. It's so funny. I'm like, man, I wish we were like all watching it together, but there's just, it's not really not really possible, but like, I don't know. I still love it. I'm like, oh, he's like, witness by witness. Anyway, it's funny.
Earlier, John responds back at 235. Kaylee is right here. Ms. Reed says, you're starting a rager with me out of nowhere, and then you tell me you're sick of fighting with me at 235. And she writes at 238, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. She says, can you answer please at 238? He writes back at 239, no, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going drinking, but have fun.
I mean, he's not wrong. I mean,
Karen writes back at 240, seeing if you want to meet me later. Can you please call me?
I think that is interesting. So let's back that up. Back it up. Back it up. Back that ass up. No, not the ass, just the text. Hold on. Okay. I need to see what she says before this. Hold on.
Writes back, I'm not answering, stop calling. Ms. Reed says, can you please
answer after how you treated me
earlier? John responds back at 235, Kaylee is right here. Ms. Reed says, you're starting a rager with me out of nowhere, and then you tell me you're sick of fighting with me.
I mean, I think she's just, yeah, sorry, I don't buy it.
At 235.
I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. Okay, so here's the thing. That message in and of itself, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. If you just take that out of context, just that message, that sounds like the type of message that you would send to somebody if you want to meet up with them. It just does. I'm going to grab a drink in a bit, or I'm going to go grab a bite to eat in a bit. That is the type of message you would send when you want someone to meet up with you. However, considering she sends it immediately following, hold on.
35, Kaylee is right here. Just reads.
Considering it's preceded by this message. You start a rager with me out of nowhere and then tell me you're sick of fighting with me. And then she follows that with, I'm going to go.
Says, you're starting a rager with me out of nowhere, and then you tell me you're sick of fighting with me at 235.
I'm going to go grab a drink in a bit. I mean, it's very weird. It like, again, that one message by itself, I'm going to go grab a drink. It does sound like, well, don't you want to meet up with me? But I can see why he's confused, because the messages before this are like, hey, break up with me, basically, right? And now, so then why the hell should he interpret this message here as, oh, don't you want to meet up? It doesn't make any sense. So it makes, so his interpretation of this message, that she's just telling him she's going out for a drink and it's not an invitation, that makes sense to me, considering the context, right? Because why would you invite someone to come out with you that you are like, hey, you hate me and you want, let's break up, you know? So Kit Smith is saying, I knew someone in junior high who was like this. The smallest perceived slight or injury would lead her to be giving the silent treatment for weeks. No explanation of, oh, that's awful. I'm so sorry. Passive aggressive, right? It was exhausting and heartbreaking. Oh, that's terrible. Then she'd finally tell me, and it was something that I didn't even realize I did. That's awful. That's awful. From that, I learned at like age 13 to let go of toxic people in relationships. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, that's horrible. She's baiting him again with that. I'm going to go grab a drink. And yeah.
She writes at 2:38, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. She says, can you answer please at 2:38?
Again, that's objectionable because he didn't read it verbatim, not on purpose. It was, I mean, he's not trying to read. Yeah, again, I'm just pointing it out because they objected when it was Trooper Proctor, because he was intentionally not reading, profanity and stuff, derogatory words and whatnot. So he was intentionally not reading it correctly. This is different because he said, can you answer please? But it actually says, can you please answer? And technically on the record, if you're saying it, if you're being accurate the way they usually will make you do, she doesn't say please, she says PLS. So normally what we would hear is they would say PLS, and then they would have to ask, and what did you interpret that to mean? And they'd be like, I interpret it to mean please, right? You have to go through all that usually.
He writes back at 2:39, no, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going drinking, but have fun. Karen writes back at 2:40, seeing if you want to meet me later.
That's why I'm like, holy shit, right? How the hell would he supposed to be interpreting that, considering everything that you said before the thing about meeting up?
Can you please call me right after that?
So then it's like, that made me wonder too, if she was actually just saying that as if maybe she's wanting him to be maybe she's wanting him to be jealous. Like, I'm going out, like, and maybe I'll meet someone else. Cause I don't know, kids, did you ever watch Jersey Shore? That was something else that with me and all my music major friends in college, classical music nerds, we loved J Shore. And every Thursday I had some of the apartment complexes that in Boone, they included cable TV. Some of them did. And which was really funny, right? Like it was just free. And I don't know if it was just because like people that lived there before paid for it and then they left their lease early. But anyway, so some of my friends had cable. And so every Thursday we would get together after orchestra rehearsal and we would watch J Shore. And it was like, literally we scheduled our practicing around, no matter what, Thursday nights are off limits. It's only J Shore after orchestra, because orchestra would end Thursday at 6:00. And then everyone would like order pizza, not me because I'm vegan, but everyone would order pizza and they would bring beer and stuff, not me because I didn't drink. But like, we would just get together and we'd watch J Shore every Thursday. And it was like, it was, oh my God, someone would have to be on death's door to have missed that. It was amazing. Oh, that's right. Of course. Yeah. Oh, it's such a train wreck. If you like B movies, J Shore is awesome. But because I don't know much about the going out life. That's not a thing that is a thing where I live. Like I'm going out to the club. Like I don't even know what a club would look like. I've never been to a club, but so this is why I'm referencing J Shore, because the thing that I would see them do is when they would get in a fight, right? It was the thing that it's fun. It was funny, right? They had this whole pattern of the way that you wanted to show you were mad at the other person if you were like dating them or whatever, was like I'm going out thing. And they this is just bringing back so many funny memories, that they understood that to mean a couple things. A, you're mad at them. B, you're going out to the bar. C, you're going to get drunk. D, you're going to look for someone to hook up with. It means all those things. It's so fucking funny. So it's like I'm going out. Like, it's like, oh no. And it's like they would go out on purpose and try to find someone to hook up with to make the other person jealous. That's a whole thing. Now, I'm not saying that that's what Karens do. But it like in terms of the hooking up thing. Having said that, we know she was texting Higgins. Okay. We know that John knows about Higgins to a certain extent. But nonetheless, I'm wondering, this is just a whole other side. This is a whole other thought of what it could be. Is she trying to make him jealous with the I'm going out drinking thing? And then when he calls her out on it, is she trying to walk it back and act like she wasn't trying to be manipulative by saying, oh no, I was inviting you, right? Hold on. Because it's like, let me back it up a little bit. I'm wondering if it's almost like she doesn't want to admit it.
At 2:39, no, Karen. Not sure why you need to announce that you're going drinking, but have fun.
Seeing if you want to meet me later. Is that only because she's like, well, fuck, he's on to me. He's not responding in the way I wanted him to. Oh, no, it's interesting. It is a lot of cringe. Yeah, but the thing is, in seeing Jay Shore though, it's not exhausting. It's really funny and entertaining, and it's great. It's great. I'm telling you, like me and all my music, like we just fucking love that. So yeah, but yeah, the seeing if you want to meet me later, I think is almost like now she's trying to act like it wasn't manipulative in a way, maybe.
Karen writes back at 2:40, seeing if you want to meet me later. Can you please call me right after that? John writes back at 2:40, have to take him to the doctor. He has practice. Miss Rita writes back, yeah, 5 minutes. John writes back at 2:43, my father just walked in. Aaron writes back, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes? At 2:44. 2:44, John writes back, not right now. Aaron writes back, I'm there.
I have to say, this is just me. Everyone has their own thing with phone calls and shit, okay? I cannot. Okay. My phone is on silent always. I don't ever take it off of silent because I'm just used to keeping it on silent because of lessons, right? And it's like, I'm going to check it, right? I'm going to look at it when I have time to look at it. And I'll see notifications. Not always. Sometimes you get, notifications get missed, or other times you're unlocking your phone. You accidentally open a notification without meaning to, right? And then you don't know that but you don't actually read the notification. You just accidentally touch it and then it goes away. And then you don't know what the thing was. Anyway, here's my point is like, I do not subscribe to this like whole thing of like, if I like, you need to call. Okay. How to say this? She's like, can you please call me? He's like, I can't call you. I'm with the kids. The audacity, man. Hold on. We might be getting close to a goat scream on this when I really think about how much I can't stand this shit. Because it's like, he just said he can't talk on the phone. He's busy. He's doing other things. I cannot handle it. I can't stand it. Dude, I can't. When it's like, I can't talk on the phone. And it's like, call, missed call, missed call, missed call over and over again. Voicemail, text. And not that this happens a lot, but there are times where this happens. And like, I just cannot. I don't understand it. It's like, if I didn't answer the phone, obviously I can't talk. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand why people think that. Now, if it's a panic situation where you're worried about someone's safety or you're trying to find their whereabouts, that's different. And especially if you knew they were available or you had plans to meet up and you were expecting them to answer the phone. See, for me, people know that I'm teaching more than likely. And they also know that my phone is on silent and that if I see the call and I'm available to call them back, I'll call them back. So it's like, I don't know. But like, if we got plans, right? And it's like, yeah, like you expect me to answer the phone or meeting up or whatever it is. And that's different. Because then it's like, if you're afraid that something happened to somebody, but how often is that usually the case, right? And we see that happen later in the terms of this case, right? But at this point, no, that's not what's going on. he's busy and she doesn't like that he's busy. He's with the kids and she doesn't like that he's with the kids, right? Maybe she's jealous of the kids. Maybe she's jealous of the kids. Oh, it's very guilt trippy. It's very guilt trippy. It's disgusting. It's like, what do you expect? Dude, I have time. There's times where this happens where I'm literally in a lesson and people, there's been people that are like doing shit like this where it's like almost like faking an emergency type shit to get, and I'm like, I don't know what you want me to do. I mean, I'm teaching. Like, I can't handle it though. I just can't. I don't roll like that. Nope. I'm just, that's exactly kids events. Yeah, you and I figured we'd probably be the same. If I'm going to talk to someone on it's practically a scheduled event. Yep. Same. Yep. Literally. If even if people are like, can we talk about, like, I will text people and be like, through text message, I'm like, okay, let's set up a time to talk. That's how I do it, because texting is easy to do. Because if you've got, like, for me teaching virtually, right? If I've got a student who's like, oh, hold on, my iPad's dying, I need to go get the charger, I can send out a text message, right? It's easy. Yeah, otherwise it's an emergency. Absolutely. It's a quick, where are you during plans? Yep. Or it's a work thing. Yep. Absolutely. But even with the work thing, I communicate. Yep. Yeah. Yep. I don't know what Slack is. That's interesting. But yeah, for me, it's text. I still have a couple families that email, but for the most part, it's text. Yep. Same. Yeah. But that has happened before, and it's really unfair and manipulative, I feel like. So I don't, ugh. But yeah, I mean, we sound like we're a lot alike with that, like very practical, I would say, very practical and like, logistical, like or logical rather, but like in terms of phone calls for logistical purposes, I guess is what I was thinking.
When anyone else needs me at 2:44. 2:46. Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minutes.
And the last one from that page, sir?
Yeah, 2:47. I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into things.
Yeah, it's really
and if you don't want to
awful.
fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail. At 7:41 p.m., Karen writes, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. John writes back at 7:42, why? Now you're not coming? Karen writes back, I'm waiting for the plumber. Actually think he's in the driveway.
So this thing
7:42.
about the plumbing, I wonder if this actually is kind of important, because the whole thing about her being at his house, because we're going to see some, I wanted to walk through this with you guys, so I'm glad we're doing it, because we're going to see these texts back and forth about their plans, whether she's intending to stay there or not. And then there's the thing about taking a hot shower. So if she's got plumbing issues, like if her water's not working, or she can't use her shower, right? I know, it's awful. So let's just see here.
John says 7:43, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves.
I don't know who Mike is. Was Mike one of the friends? No.
Karen writes back at 7:43, he's not going home after. John writes back
Was that Mr. Camarero? Is that Mike?
at 7:43, 8 on a Friday. He may have to get Michael. And
Is Michael separate from Mike? Or are they different people?
you have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck.
So that makes me think he feels emasculated. Just saying. Like, again, something else I can't stand, dudes that are like this. They're not for me. They're not for me. I could be entirely wrong, of course, right? But my interpretation of this, because there's dudes that are like this, and again, these dudes are not for me. There's dudes that are like this, that if they think there's a thing that they are good at that they can fix, and you have that thing happen, and you have someone else who's going to do it completely innocently, like in Karen's case, it sounds like her neighbor's a plumber, it sounds like, or something. But like, yeah, like, let's just say that, you know, maybe you just don't want to bother the person the dude with asking them to fix something for you. Or maybe it's just, there's already someone coming over, whatever the case is. But if you have anyone else do the thing that they think they can do, and it's like a fix it thing, this is like a dude's thing, right? Like, then, and you have some, or God forbid you hire someone to come and do it, right? Then they feel emasculated. I just am speaking that I've known guys like this. And the good luck is what makes me think that. If it wasn't for the good luck, I would have thought maybe he just is saying like, oh, well, we could do it for you. But the good luck is like, oh, okay, it's that thing. He feels emasculated because she asked someone else to fix her plumbing. But I'm not saying she intended to emasculate him. Here, I think she was just, I think that she was, it sounds like it was a convenience thing for her because the dude was closer, it sounds like. But for him, this is where I'm saying, okay, this is just funny, right? It's whatever. Here, I think I think it was innocent for her to just, she hired the plumber that was like already down the road, it sounds like she says. I think she says that in a second, right? Now, so I don't think she's in the wrong there. Here, I think he's the one who's being immature in a way, if you want to call it something, right? It's less than ideal in terms of communications and whatever. But he's the one who's like interpreting it. He's the one who feels emasculated, but there she didn't do anything wrong, in my opinion.
And that was a 7:44. 8:29 p.m. Yeah, but he lives right down the road.
So see, she has someone doing her plumbing because he lives right down the road. So I totally get it how she doesn't see anything wrong with that, but he's like, wait, but he's mad at her because she didn't have him and his dad, I guess, do it.
John writes back at 8:30. Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. 8:30. She writes back, okay, well, if he can't, he can't.
I think that's in reference to maybe the Mike Camerano picking him up or something.
John writes back,
I don't know what the I'll do it Monday is in reference to, because that's like, I can't figure that one out, because do what Monday? Not the plumbing, because she's having that done, it sounds like this very night. And obviously you don't want to wait the whole weekend without plumbing. I don't know.
do it Monday. Karen responds at 8:31. Ha, I better not still have this problem.
Oh, okay. So he was referring to the plumbing. Yeah, right. So you don't want to go the whole weekend not being, especially in a blizzard, you're going to be stuck at home. If you can't use the bathroom or have running water, right?
On Monday. John writes back, plan on being there.
So now this makes me think of something else. Whole new world of questions. No, okay. This is, I'm going to take it to another level. Like the plumbing thing is interesting because what if, I'm just saying, what if someone's, it depends on the level of manipulation. If she's really trying to manipulate him, she could be saying the plumbing thing just to try to get them to talk about whether or not she's going to be willing to come over to his house or not. What if that was her goal? What? Because the whole trying to get him to break up with her thing isn't working. His response, you plan on being there, is what makes me think that, because I'm like, oh, that's interesting. That makes it clear to me that he did not expect her to be there. He thought she was going to be staying with him. So maybe the reason she's even bringing this plumbing thing up is because she's trying to get to hint at the fact that she's not planning on staying there. Wow. That's fucked if that's the case. Fucking hell. You think it's referencing McCarthy's? Hold on, let me back it up. I don't think they've actually said it. Hold on.
John writes back, plan on being there. Aaron writes back too. I'd like to know
morning.
I could take a hot shower here if I need to.
That's not the right
John
direction.
writes back, figured
Hold on.
John writes
Hold on.
right down the road
Let's go
after.
back. We're going back.
John
We're
writes
going back.
actually think he's in the driveway, 7:42. John says 7:43, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. Karen writes back at 7:43, he's not going home after. John writes back at 7:43, 8 on a Friday. He may have to get Michael. And you have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. And that was at 7:44. 8:29 p.m. Yeah, but he lives right down the road. John writes back at 8:30. Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. 8:30. She writes back, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. John writes back, I'll do it Monday. Karen responds at 8:31. Ha, I better not still have this problem on Monday. John writes back, plan on being there. Karen writes back at 8:32. I'd like to know.
I don't know. I think he's talking about the house because that's what it's been now. That's the only thing. That's the only topic they were talking about. The other thing though that was interesting was, what was it? The part about not being able to drive, that's what it was. Because like he's saying like can't drive, but like then why would Karen be able to drive? Like I guess I'm a little bit confused. Like, is there something we don't know? Maybe does he have like not good vision or something? Like, why is it that he wouldn't be able to drive, but other people would if there's a blizzard? I don't know. Just a thought. Interesting.
After John writes back at 7:43, 8 on a Friday. He may have to get Michael. And you have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. And that was at 7:44. 8:29 p.m. Yeah, but he lives right down the road. John writes back at 8:30. Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. 8:30. She writes back, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. John writes back, I'll do it Monday.
Yeah, so Karen, this storm's going to be intense, can't drive. So what's the deal with that, right? Like he can't drive, but she can?
Karen responds at 8:31. Ha, I better not still have this problem on Monday. John writes back, plan on being there. Karen writes back at 8:32. I'd like to know, I could take a hot shower here if I need to. John writes back, figured you'd be in Canton till Monday. John, I'm getting up.
I figured you'd be in Canton until Monday. Canton is with him. Because that's not where her house is, or apartment, or whatever it is. I can't remember if she has a house or an apartment. So in Canton means staying with him. Right? Like, isn't that what that means? Like the in Canton thing is with him? Hold on, let's see.
I'd like to know, I could take a hot shower here if I need to.
So she's saying if I'd like to, I know if I'm if I'm at my house all weekend, because I'm not staying with your ass, right? Like that I can take a hot shower. Again, referencing the plumbing. And anyway.
John writes back, figured you'd be in Canton till Monday.
Yeah, so there, figured you'd be in Canton. That's what
John, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. Karen writes back at 8:33. I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship.
Again, this is just out of the blue. Like what? It sounded like they were finally getting somewhere, right? When they started just talking about working out through the, whatever, even if it was whatever the deal was with the plumbing, but they were talking about making plans. Like that was actually being a more normal conversation. And now out of the blue, I think the four of us together, like this isn't, dude. Can you hear the goat? That is the goat. That is the premiere of the goat. What are we waiting? Did I get something wrong? Uh-oh. Do I need to, did I go too early? Oh, no, you couldn't hear it? Hold on. Let me see if I can hold it up to the speaker. You know what's so funny is now I know, I don't know if you remember, Kits, with how EDB would always, when she does the goat, she like pushes it towards the camera. And I also thought it was funny, and I thought she was just trying to be funny, but I think she does it so that you can hear it. So I'm going to try to do the same thing. I don't actually know where the microphone is on my computer though. So that's, Can you hear it? I honestly don't know where my microphone is on my computer. If I knew where it was, that would probably be helpful. So normally I can just talk and I can even walk over around the room. You can still hear me. People can still hear me. Oh, good. Yay. Okay, I'm going to do it again. Yay, goats. Yay. Shout out to Kidsmiths. I love it. This is the best thing that's ever happened. I love it. I'm just like, now we need to go back and do everything all over again, starting with Murdaugh, right? And Be Heard. Because the number of times I've needed a goat, and not only that, but we have the command, and now we have the command with the sound. Hold on, let's do this. Let's do this the right way. Oh my God. I just didn't even know that I would ever have a goat. I'm so happy. It's the best. Okay, Kidsmiths, what do you think the toxic text means? I assume she's talking about the four of us, as in them two and the kids, right? That was my thought, but let me know what you're thinking.
Would like to limit it. And says, you've said so yourself for probably a year now. And John writes back at 8:33, blizzard tomorrow, nobody is going anywhere. Karen says,
one thing, y'all, a word of advice for you guys, anyone watching. If you're ever having an important conversation with somebody, I don't care if it's a friend, family member, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, and it's an important topic, whether it's something contentious or whether it's whatever, but especially when there's more than one line of conversation going on, this communication that we're seeing here is a good example. So is the one with Brian Higgins, because remember how much difficulty we had following those. So here's what's going on that is not helpful in aiding communication. In my opinion, there's the thing that happens where somebody sends a text and it's on one topic. Doesn't matter what it is. Let's just say that it's just something about what do you want from the grocery store? I don't know, whatever. The person doesn't respond because they don't have the text yet, or they can't respond yet, or whatever. The first person continues to send them text messages, but it might be on completely different topics. So there's a text about the grocery store, and then there's a text about something else, and then a text about something else. And then finally the person responds, but they're responding. If you imagine you're on the receiving end, you're going to go in order and you're going to respond to whatever the first text was, and you're going to go in chronological order, right? But then it gets confusing because then they're responding to those, but then the first person's also probably responding, and then it's like you don't know who's talking about what. And while it's confusing for us on the receiving end reading it in terms of a trial, that's also confusing for the people in the conversation, because you don't know you don't know what people are referring to. So my suggestion, word of advice, people, is don't continue sending text messages, especially on other topics, until they've responded to the first thing, so that everybody's on the same page. Just a word of advice. So Kids is saying, John O'Keefe figured Karen Reed would stay through the weekend. Sounds like she might want to go back to her place, though, after they meet up, wanting to limit how much time they're together, including kids. She got a plumber over to try to fix her house so she can go back home. Later, testimony is that she said she wasn't supposed to stay in Canton. Right. We know that. Yeah. Right. I think she wanted to stay at her house. I think she wanted to stay there. Yeah. That was the plan. She was not planning on staying there. We actually, I think, had already heard that testimony earlier from somebody. John O'Keefe says can't drive because there's a storm coming that night. It's supposed to be bad. He doesn't think she should try to. Right. Just stay over. Right. He wants her to stay. She replies about the four of them. Right. Well, and remember, this entire conversation started with the text that she sent about how she felt like a loser if she comes back over after the fight. Maybe it really just all comes down to that. Maybe it comes down to that. Maybe, here's the thing. Just a thought. This entire thing started with that comment of her. I feel like a loser if I come over after what happened. And I think that was right before you got here, Kitsmans. But I was talking about how everything after that, it seems like it's just her trying to get a certain reaction out of him. And she's not getting it. And and you can't help but wonder, like, even if it's like it's not out of the realm of possibility that she's playing up this thing about the kids being toxic or whatever as another excuse to why she's just not coming over to see him. When it's still all remnants of she feels like a loser, she feels hurt, and she's not getting the right response out of him to make her feel like it's okay for her to swallow her pride and come over or whatever it is. Possibly, just possibly. It's entirely possible she actually wants to stay with him, but she's punishing him and she's waiting for him to say the right thing or something like that too. That's absolutely facts. Facts right there. Yes, ma'am.
Maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early AM. That's at 8:35. And again, 8:35. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave. John replies back, sure. And then the next one's not until 12:55 AM on the 29th. I'm going home.
And the I'm going home is from the defendant. 12:55 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. 12:55 again. See you later. At 102, your kids are cucking alone. 129, 104.
What I do think is interesting. What I do think is interesting is this. This is the thing that is really interesting. I fucking wish Fenderr were here. Fenderr, where are you? Is that oh, I just lost my thought because I'm thinking about Fenderr. What's Fenderr doing? Fenderr. So what was I gonna say? Right. Okay, I got it. I'm back. I got it. So that it's weird. Okay, so we've seen this whole text conversation, right? Let me back it up. We know that there's also some phone calls that happen, but they go from
And then
okay, let me back it up a little bit further. Hold on.
4 of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. And says, you've said so yourself for probably a year now. And John writes back at 8:33, blizzard tomorrow, nobody is going anywhere. 4 of us together, John writes back at 8:33, blizzard tomorrow, nobody is going anywhere.
I think he's almost saying, like, just admit it, you're going to be stuck with me all weekend, kiddo, type thing.
Karen says, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow.
See, she's saying, no, I'll be able to go back home. The snow's not till the morning. So I think what he's saying is if you come to Canton, you're going to be staying here is what, and then she's like, no, not so fast, buddy boy. Oh, I said buddy boy. She's like, not so fast. The bad snow is not till early in the morning. I'll be able to come back tonight. Interesting.
Is in the early AM.
I'll head up
That's
there.
at 8:35. And again, 8:35. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave. John replies back, sure. And then
That's still at 8:35. Okay. This is what I think is interesting. The next text is at 12:55. I'm going home. So I have a number of questions. Why is Karen going to Canton to meet up? None of this has anything to do with John. This is again completely. I'm taking this completely out. This has nothing to do with the murder. This to me is just separate. It's just to think about the relationship, just as a thought exercise, really. Because you know me, I have to understand things. So, why is she going to meet up with him? Like, okay. I mean, I think I know why. It's kind of rhetorical, but I'm still curious to see what y'all think. So if her intention is to stay in Mansfield, she's got Plumber coming. there's a blizzard coming. It's like she's given, oh, she's got the toxic kids. She's given him all of these different reasons. Oh, they're fighting. She wants him to break up with her. She's given him a long list of reasons why that, if you're reading these text messages as we are, like why she wouldn't want to go hang out with him or wouldn't even be able to, really, right? She's stuck at home in Mansfield, like whatever it is. It's like, not to mention the fighting. And then he's not responding the way she wants. She's mad. She's hurt. She feels like a loser. Why on earth would someone in that situation then be like, oh, let's hang out? What? It's interesting, right? They do. I think he gets into the phone calls here in a second. They do end up talking on the phone. No, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, 100%. That kid's been saying that's why she didn't go inside at the Alberts. She planned on going back home, but now she's stuck. That's exactly right. Yeah, she just wanted to go back to Canton, but then because she's even despite the fight, even despite everything else, you really see where her priorities are at, that she stays for the kids, because beyond being manipulative or whatever it is that she's doing, passive aggressive, all that. She stays because the kids are alone, and that's for him. That's for him. Makeup over a drink. Yeah. So it's interesting. So again, it's funny because if I think back to like Jay Shore, there's a lot of these couples, they solve things by going out to the bar with a group of people. I don't understand that at all, but it's a thing. I don't really know. And so, like, but we see them and they look lovey-dovey, right? We not only do we hear that from testimony, what matters more is we see it for ourselves, right? When they're at the C.F. McCarthy's. And so, which by the way, shout out to C.F. McCarthy's. I really liked the look of that bar from what we saw on the camera, surveillance camera. So it looks like a cool place that I would actually like. But so part of me wonders if her plan, is if her plan was this. She wanted to give him an opportunity to respond in whatever way she was wanting, whether it was to give her enough attention or to build up her security or her confidence enough or do something, right? To make, I think she wanted to be convinced to stay. This is just what I think. I think she wanted to be convinced to stay in Canton. In other words, get back to her initial text, right? I feel like such a loser to come over after what happened. Like, she wants to come over, but her pride's getting in the way. It still comes back to that. I think she'd been texting him, right? All these text messages she's trying to get a certain response. Same with the phone calls. But it's not happening. So I think she's going to Canton to meet up with him at the bar to give him another chance to respond in a way that I don't know what it is, but she's wanting something so that she can feel okay about staying there. However, she's given herself backup reasons so that if he doesn't do the thing that she's wanting, she can have, she's got a default, well, I have to go back to Canton. But in her mind, her having to go back to Canton is if he doesn't respond. So it's like, for him, his understanding would be, oh, right, you have to go back to Canton because the plumbing and because the toxic relationship and the kids, whatever. But however, if in her mind, I think she's secretly hoping for him to do a certain thing. But if he doesn't, her understanding of why she's going back home would be because of not doing the thing, if that makes any sense. These are just my squirrel thoughts. So that's true. The martyr thing could be, yep, that could be part of it. Fenderr! Are we doing good, Fenderr? I wish Fenderr were here to tell us if we're doing good. I think she would say we're doing pretty good, Kitsmits. What do you think? For anyone who's new in the future, who's joining or who's new and doesn't know Fenderr, Fenderr is a psychologist and she's amazing. And she lives in India and she's very awesome.
The next one's not until 12:55 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home.
And the I'm going home is from the defendant. 12:55 a.m. Is that?
We need like a squirrel call, like like the squirrel call, and then it's like I'm here, you know what I mean? We're like sending out a squirrel call to Fenderr in India.
Correct.
Yes, that is correct. 12:55 again. See you later. At 1:02, your kids are cucking alone. 1:29, 1:04 a.m. I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Now, what time was that? Hold on, hold the phone, because I don't think she's actually back. Hold on.
In the early a.m. That's at 8:35. And again, 8:35. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave. John replies back, sure. And then the next one's not until 12:55 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home.
And the I'm going home is from the defendant. 12:55 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. 12:55 again. See you later. At 1:02, your kids are cucking alone. 1:29, 1:04 a.m. I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Wait, I missed the time. Crap. Hold on. He's so fast.
Alone. 1:29, 1:04 a.m. I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
So she's not back in Mansfield then, right? So we know that. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I am absolutely sure. I think, yeah, right. She's not. So we know she stays with the kids. So she's trying to punish him, right? She's trying to, and I think also though, to make him come home. Like if he actually, like, because she's thinking, oh, he's just not coming home because he thinks that she's there. It's like, oh, the kids are home alone. Well, then he's going to come home and then she can leave. However, then she would have to admit to lying, but whatever. Right. Yeah. Same. Yeah. Okay. So, let's do this. So at this point, I think we're going to watch the interview with John O'Keefe. So what I'm thinking is that, right, exactly, right. But it's funny because also it's like her loyal, she's actually loyal. It's like she's making herself out to look, she's okay. It's funny because it's like her wanting to goad him and punish him is actually a shame for a lot of reasons. But one of them is that it's overshadowing her actual sense of loyalty of the fact that she didn't leave, right? Like, in other words, what's my point? Her loyalty to John and the kids actually was stronger than her desire to punish him, her desire to goad him, her desire to go home, any of those things. Even knowing that the weather was getting increasingly worse and all that too. Her loyalty to John took precedent over all of the other things. And that's the big deal to me. Did I say John when I meant Paul? That's entirely possible. I've heard EDB do that too. Where she keeps saying Paul when she means John and vice versa. Anyway. Yeah, that's true. In terms of dealing with the part about the lying thing. Or she didn't think that far ahead because she just wants him to come home. Like that's her goal, right? But she's staying with the kids either way until he does. You know, because it's not until 5 a.m. or whatever that she's finally like, well, hold on, wait, he's still not back. And she's still there. Yeah. So what I was going to do, so what I'm thinking we will do is I'm thinking we will first watch, I'll have to find it, but I think what we'll do first is watch the interview, and I'm going to, my goal, I don't know how long it is, but my goal will be to watch the whole thing all the way through. Since I know at least I haven't watched it, neither has Kitsmits, and we are the ones talking about it right now. So watching it all the way through, right? And then while going back and watching it again and being able to pause it and talk about certain talking points or whatever, because I think it'll be good to give it a run through since we haven't seen it yet. You know what I mean? And I'm saying that for myself because it's going to be hard for me to not pause it and to comment, but and because I can't promise it won't happen if he says something. I don't know what he's going to say, but if there's something that's whatever, I don't know. I can't promise it won't happen. I'm going to try not to. As I'm saying this mostly for myself. I'm going to try not to pause it and try to go hear the whole thing, right? So we have context, and then we can go back and then we can listen to it again and like pause it to talk about things if that works. Kidsmits is saying it can be hard to live up to being the partner of such a person if you want to be good enough for them, yet it feels unattainable. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that, definitely. So did that sound like a good plan to you, Kidsmits? Yeah. Okay, cool. So let me find it. Yep. Okay, cool. Coolio. All right, let me find it. I'll just sing this made up song. It's not even a song. I don't know. Should I sing a real song? I don't know. I'm just trying to keep you guys entertained as I search for it. Although I'm sure it won't take much longer because I already got YouTube open. All right, so Squirrel in. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Oh, wow. It's 24 minutes long. Holy shit. All right. Wow. I can't believe he did an interview for that long. I was expecting like 5 minutes. I'm shocked he talked for that long. Wow. That's incredible. Hold on. I cannot believe that's a long ass interview. I mean, it looks like this is the interview and not like it's long because there's like other people doing things. So let me hold on. How do I do this thing? Okay, hold on. Let me share it. Yeah, right? Oh, wow, says Kitsmiss. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Okay. So let me then do this. Oh, add stage. Cool. All righty. It's the spinning wheel, but it's also, I didn't press play yet, so don't worry. Okay. So let's go ahead. And again, I'm going to try, it's going to be, 24 minutes. That's going to be a challenge for me, but I'm going to do my best.
My first question is obvious. Just how are you doing? How's your family doing?
I mean, we're doing all right, hanging in there. It's been a long, painful 2.5 years. And I mean, with the mistrial that happened the other day, obviously wasn't ideal, but if we have to do it again, we'll do it again. So we're ready to go.
Did you, prior to jury deliberations, ever think a mistrial was even possible?
I kept everything was on the table, I guess, but obviously hoping and confident that we were going to get the conviction that we were looking for. So as far as a mistrial, yes, it's something we didn't want, obviously, but it's just a bump in the road. And like I said, we'll do it again. We'll do it as many times as we have to.
You'll be back in court every day for another long trial.
Absolutely.
How are your parents?
They're doing all right. That's more of my concern, is that they have to go through this again. I mean, I'll do it 10 more times if I have to, but I hate the fact that they have to go through this all again. We don't know where it's going to happen, when it's going to happen. But I mean, overall, they're doing okay.
Mm-hmm. And they have John's kids now too, or your sister's kids.
Yeah. So yeah, they're living in my brother's house in Canton. Raising my niece and nephew, who are 16 and 13. I wanted them to come down here and live with us, but my niece didn't want to leave Canton, didn't want to leave her friends, didn't want to leave her house, and kind of hard to force a kid who's been through as much as they've been through to kind of shake up their world, for, I guess, a third time.
Yeah. I mean, can you just talk about Kaylee and Patrick? I mean, they, because we didn't put them on camera or anything, of course, during the trial, I had a lot of people ask me, like, what were they like? And they seemed like, for a reason, very, very strong kids.
They're great kids. They're strong kids. They're resilient kids. They have every excuse in the world not to be good kids. My niece Kaylee, super strong. When asked if she wanted to testify, we told them they didn't have to, and she said absolutely she wants to. She wanted her voice heard, her story heard. Wanted people to listen to her. She felt like, because she was 14 at the time, that no one wanted to listen to her. So she was strong and insisted on doing it. And my nephew was, he wanted to support her. So he said, if she does it, I'll do it. So I'm proud of them both for doing what they did.
Yeah. Yeah. They're really strong when they got on the stand. It was amazing. Do you feel comfortable telling me, just from all that you've learned over the last 2.5 years, like what you think happened that night?
Oh, we know what happened. We know that Johnny and Karen were arguing. It was kind of towards the end of their relationship. Things weren't well. They were drinking and arguing and fighting, and in an intoxicated state of rage and jealousy, she just decided that she was going to do something about it, and put the car in reverse and ran him down and left him there to die. And we figured it out as soon as she left the house that day. When she came over, we didn't talk to any investigators, state police, nobody. My mother had said, do you think she had something to do with this? And I said, we're not going to think like that. Went outside to the driveway to look at her car, and her car was gone. It was a blizzard. I knew what the driving conditions were like coming from the hospital to Canton. And I knew that they were going back to Dighton, which was a much further drive. Mm-hmm. So we put it together pretty quickly.
I was going to ask you that next. So you took words out of my mouth. It was like, when did you realize? It was literally that morning.
Yeah. So I would say early afternoon when they came back to the house. She wanted to come over and see the kids. Didn't really interact with them at all. Was there for probably a total of 30 minutes. Didn't say much or anything. And half of her time was upstairs gathering her things. Then my wife spoke to her on the phone on their way back to Dighton. And she told my wife that just have to remember the bad times. And I don't think I'm ever going to talk to you guys again.
Was that phone call what made you sure of what had happened?
Absolutely, yeah. We already, like I said, we put the pieces together on our own, and that just really solidified it. Mm-hmm. Why would somebody say that? Why would someone say, if you didn't do anything, why would you say you're never going to talk to us again? Or why do you have to remember the bad times? Almost like justifying what you did.
Right. How would you have expected her to act in that situation if she hadn't done something?
More sad, empathetic, sympathetic. But like I said, when she was at the house, she barely said a word.
Hmm.
You know, she wanted to be there for the kids. My nephew came home. My niece was already home by the time she got there, and her family arrived. And I sat down, my nephew in the other room, she sat right next to him. I explained to him that JJ's, something happened and he's no longer with us. She didn't say a word. And right after that, she went upstairs and started gathering her belongings. And the next thing you know, they were gone.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's hard. It's strange behavior.
Very strange. Yep.
When did the whole narrative of her version of events become known to you?
Well, if you remember her first arraignment in Stoughton District Court,
yeah,
her attorney, David Unetti, had said this is a tragic accident. His client had no criminal intent.
Mm-hmm.
And then, fast forward to, I guess, when Alan Jackson came on board. And, they teamed up with a blogger to get their story that they concocted and put together and flood it out there. And people were only hearing one side of the story and coming to conclusions before actual evidence in the trial had actually begun. So a lot of the public was misinformed, because they were only getting one side of the story. And, we didn't come out and tell our side of the story or, what we thought or knew happened. We've kept a low profile and have been silent through this whole ordeal. But, now it's time. Now it's time for people to understand the truth. And, the jurors, we thank them. They did a great job. They put in a lot of hours, paid a lot of attention, worked hard. Unfortunately, they weren't able to come to, a consensus as far as a verdict goes. But, we have another chance at it. And, hopefully the jury that we get for the second time around will, we'll see things more clearly.
So just so I'm clear, you think this all started when Alan Jackson showed up, and Karen, throughout the course of this trial, you think she knows what she did?
She knows exactly what she did, and she's trying to buy and lie her way out of this, refusing to take accountability for her actions. Not only that, but pointing the finger and blaming innocent people.
Yeah, talk to me about that. I mean, because the thing is, it's the story on the defense's side is not just, oh, she didn't do it. It's she didn't do it and all these other people did.
Yeah, I mean, she's pointing the finger at everybody. Everyone's lying except for her, according to her. I think we had 67 witnesses testify. 68, I'm sorry,
That's
testify.
all right.
And according to them, they're all lying and they're not credible. And, which, I mean, there's first responders that were just doing their job that day. Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts, all they did was pick up the phone and help because she was asking for help. And according to them, the only one telling the truth is her.
Right. So I don't even know what to call them. We have a variety of names. The pink people. They turned on all those people first. Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe. But then how have they treated you guys over the course of the last year and a half?
Well, if you just go back to any video of us walking into court during pretrial hearings, yelling, screaming, calling us names, to this day, I don't know what I did wrong. I get messages all the time, whether through Facebook or other ways of communication, telling me that I'm a moron, I'm stupid, need to open my eyes and all this stuff. But I ignore those. I don't really care what people say to me because this isn't about me. This is about my brother. And I like to think I know a little bit more of what's going on in the case than, people that are just reading stuff on on the internet.
Mhm.
And there's been things said about me, accusations about me, all types of things that just aren't true. But again, I just brush it off because this isn't about me.
So if these people buy into this big conspiracy, right, that Brian Albert's a murderer or whoever, okay, if they buy into that, why are they turning on you guys? Has that ever made sense to you?
Because we don't believe in a crazy conspiracy theory that holds no merit, no evidence. I mean, we know these people. I mean, Jen McCabe has been a family friend of ours. She was friends with my sister. We've known her for over 10 years. She was very helpful with, picking Kaylee up to and fro when he took over raising the kids. Carrie Roberts, we've known for a very, very long time, right? And at the time, she didn't really know Jen McCabe or any of the McCabes or Alberts. And her testimony corroborated everything that Jen said. And the defense, I think, was scared of her and didn't even want to ask her any questions. They just wanted her off the stand. And I guess the negative or hate that's directed towards me, mostly me and my mother, is because we support these people who are being falsely accused of something they didn't do, right? And their lives have been turned upside down and partially ruined. Colin Albert, who was a 17-year-old kid at the time, his life has been turned upside down and ruined. I've gotten to know the Alberts through all this, and they're all good people. So just because we don't believe in a crazy conspiracy theory and we believe that Karen Reed is guilty of killing my brother, they take it on us.
Doesn't it feel sometimes like your brother's forgotten in all of this?
Absolutely. All the time. It's turned into the Karen Reed show. She walks through a crowd that cheers her on. She goes out in public, takes pictures, signs autographs. She's just living her life like nothing's ever happened. And meanwhile, my brother's been gone for almost 2.5 years. And I just want people to go back to who the victim is in this. It's not her. It's my brother.
What do you want people to know about John? You call him Johnny. Kids call him JJ.
Yeah. I mean, my older brother. So, I mean, generous, loyal, sometimes a pain in the ass to me. I'm sorry, pain in the butt to me.
You can say pain in the ass.
Just because he was my older brother, but he just was there if you needed him, took care of the people that he loved, good-hearted guy who didn't deserve any of this. He rearranged and uprooted his life, went from a single the bachelor lifestyle living in Boston to moving into instant dad role. And that's something that obviously everyone admires him the most for, and I do too. It wasn't easy for him at the beginning, but he learned to figure it out, and we all helped as much as we could without getting in the way. Just an overall good guy.
And I assume he chose to do that, right? I mean, your sister's situation is unimaginable.
Yeah. So then, after my brother-in-law passed away, we had to figure out, all right, what do we do? And at the time, my wife and I were like, all right, we'll take them in. At the time, we had a 3-year-old and an 8-month-old. So we were trying to figure out how are we gonna do this? Our house was small. We didn't really want to live in the house that they both passed away in, but we were trying to figure it out best way possible. And then Johnny just stepped up one day and just said, I got it.
Wow.
And then pretty much moved in the next day and took it from there for 8 years.
So there's a reason that's why so many people describe that's what they admired about him.
Yeah.
He stepped up.
A selfless act, changing your life, to take care of his family and people he loved. Yeah. That's him in a nutshell.
I know I asked you how your mom's doing already or how your parents are doing, but I just can't imagine for her losing 2 kids.
Yeah.
Is she like a different person now?
She's a strong woman. I'll give her that. Yeah, it's unimaginable, just to lose them in the ways that she did. My sister suffering for 5.5 months with brain cancer.
Yeah.
But at least had the opportunity to say goodbye. And then, with my brother just being taken from us so quickly and senselessly, I don't know, somehow she keeps it all together. My father, quiet, kind of keeps to himself. But I mean, overall, what they've gone through it's unfair.
Yeah.
It's unimaginable, but they're strong and they keep moving forward, and just same thing. They do what they have to do to take care of the family.
I have to ask you, we got ushered out of the courtroom pretty quickly on Monday. You had a little exchange with Karen. Do you mind? What happened there?
So throughout the trial, she likes to turn and look at me and smirk. She's never once made eye contact with my wife, Erin. So when the mistrial was announced, she turned and looked right at Erin and gave her a smirk, and then went over and hugging and celebrating to some extent. And I just said, you're not done yet.
Did she say something back?
No, but I mean, it was an emotional day, emotional moment, being in that courtroom, sitting so closely, and that's something that she wanted.
Yeah, can you talk about that? I mean, the courtroom switch, we know all the legal reasons why it happened, but you guys were like arm's length from her for the entire trial.
Yep. I guess after a while, you just got used to it, but yeah, showing up every day, sitting that close to the person that took my brother away from us, it was not easy. It took a lot to not anything, but again, it wasn't about me. We were there for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's to get justice for Johnny.
What did Adam and Laura say to you guys afterwards? Like, what, looking ahead?
Yeah, I mean, they were disappointed in the outcome, but like Adam said, he goes, "We're just going to do it again." He goes, "I'll start tomorrow." So they're confident. They have the truth on their side. Unfortunately, if you pay high-powered attorneys enough and put enough lies out there, you start influencing people to the point where there's just no turning back. I think people just don't want to admit that they were wrong or duped. But they're confident, and we're going to go at it again.
He being Adam has been like, he's kept to himself a lot, similar to you guys over the course of this.
Yep.
Do you think that's been hard?
I'm sure it's been extremely hard on him. He's not the type that looks at social media or pays attention to any of that stuff. He just keeps his head down and does his job.
Good for him.
He's not the flashy attorney that wants to be on camera all the time and have press conferences on the stairs like some people. He's just a hardworking, I guess nose to the grindstone kind of guy, and just does his job. It's a very difficult job, but he's never once really complained about it, to us anyway.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard on him. I know it's hard on Laura. I know it's been hard on everyone who's been involved in this. But everyone's determined that we're just going to do it again.
Has your circle of like the people who support you guys, has it grown? Has it gotten smaller over the course of all the noise outside of this?
So for me personally, I've kept my circle smaller. People that you were friends with or haven't seen in a while, you just don't know where their mind's at.
Yeah.
What they believe. So we've been forced to become very kind of like defensive, not as outgoing as we normally would be. But I think recently we're gaining some more support. I think people have been afraid, to show up to court and I guess counter protest to the people that are outside. I think people have been in fear but I think that's starting to turn. I think people want justice. They don't want this influence of social media and public perception based off of lies to to win or to take control over this.
Do you want people to show up with
We'll take all the support we can get.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, we're not going to turn anybody away. I mean, every time we go to court, we're kind of portrayed as the bad guys.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it's we lost a loved one. But somehow we're still, I guess, vilified for just not believing in a crazy conspiracy.
Yeah. On that note, was it hard for you at all? I mean, there were certainly some moments in the case where there were weak spots exposed, right? Like I think about the solo cups and Trooper Proctor, who now is facing job consequences as a result of this. What was it like for you to listen to those moments that weren't necessarily benefiting the state's case?
Well, as far as at the very early stages, I mean, a crime scene during a blizzard can't be an easy thing to navigate. And yet, they found evidence, they found a sneaker, they found pieces of taillight, obviously you're not going to see everything under a couple feet of snow.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they improvised the best they could. Every investigation is going to be kind of scrutinized to some degree. But, they did what they had to do with what they had, and with the weather conditions being what they were. They just, like I said, had to improvise and do the best they could. As far as, Michael Proctor's comments, I mean, he even said too, they were unprofessional, which we agree with. But, this guy, his life's been ruined, getting his personal cell phone, which was something that should never have happened. Josh Levy should never have been intervened in this. An FBI investigation was launched due to cherry-picked evidence or pieces of discovery that was only provided by the defense. Like this is
pretty unprecedented.
To not even speak to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, not speak to the Mass Police to see what they have for discovery and evidence. Just to intervene himself in that way, and which casted, a shadow of doubt on the investigation. So I think he has a lot of questions that need to be answered.
Yeah. Do you get updates on that?
I do not. I do plan on trying to sit down with him at some point.
Yeah.
Whether I get a knock on the door, I sent him an email, but I'm sure I won't get a response. But if I have to go knock on the door and ask for a sit down, that's what I'll do.
Is there anything I haven't asked you about that you want to make sure people know?
In all this, I just want people to remember the actual victim. I think I mentioned it before that it's not the Karen Reed show.
Yeah.
This is about a good man whose life was taken way too soon and for selfish reasons, and has created a void in our life that was already an enormous void, but just made it even that much bigger. And I just want people to remember him and want him to get the justice he deserves and that we deserve.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Karen Reed going to prison.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Massachusetts State Police trooper and lead investigator in the Karen Reed murder.
My first question is,
Okay, so that was the full interview. We did a good job of not intervening or interrupting it. So now we're going to watch it again and we are going to break it down. And yeah, sorry, it just automatically auto played onto the next video. So, okay.
is obvious. Just how are you doing? How's your family doing?
I mean, we're doing all right, hanging in there. It's been a long, painful 2.5 years. And I mean, with the mistrial that happened the other day, obviously wasn't ideal, but if we have to do it again, we'll do it again. So we're ready to go.
Did you, prior to jury deliberations, ever think a mistrial was even possible?
I like that she doesn't even have any notes. I really like that. I think I like this interviewer a lot.
I kept everything was on the table, I guess, but obviously hoping and confident that we were going to get the conviction that we were looking for. So as far as a mistrial, yes, it's something we didn't want, obviously, but it's just a bump in the road. And like I said, we'll do it again. We'll do it as many times as we have to.
You'll be back in court every day for another long trial.
Absolutely.
How are your parents?
They're doing all right. That's more of my concern, is that they have to go through this again. I mean, I'll do it 10 more times if I have to, but I hate the fact that they have to go through this all again. We don't know where it's going to happen, when it's going to happen. But I mean, overall, they're doing okay.
Mm-hmm. And they have John's kids now too, or your sister's kids.
Yeah. So yeah,
So that was interesting. He said we don't know where it's going to happen. Is that indicating that he's thinking, or not that he would be thinking, but that there's been talk of a change of venue? That's interesting to me.
living in my brother's house in Canton, raising my niece and nephew who were 16 and 13. I wanted them to come down here and live with us, but my niece didn't want to leave Canton, didn't want to leave her friends, didn't want to leave her house, and kind of hard to force a kid who's been through as much as they've been through to kind of shake up their world, for I guess a third time.
Yeah, I mean, can you just talk about Kaylee and Patrick? I mean,
same.
Because we didn't put them on camera or anything, of course, during the trial. I had a lot of people ask me, like, what were they like? And they seemed like, for a reason, very, very strong kids.
They're great kids. They're strong kids. They're resilient kids. They have every excuse in the world not to be good kids. My niece Kaylee, super strong. When asked if she wanted to testify, we told them they didn't have to, and she said absolutely she wants to. She wanted her voice heard, her story heard. Wanted people to listen to her. She felt like because she was 14 at the time that no one wanted to listen to her. So she was strong and insisted on doing it. And my nephew was, he wanted to support her. So he said, if she does it, I'll do it. So I'm proud of them both for doing what they did.
Yeah. Yeah. They were really strong when they got on the stand. It was amazing. Do you feel comfortable telling me, just from all that you've learned over the last 2.5 years, like what you think happened that night?
Oh, we know what happened. We know that Johnny and Karen were arguing. It was kind of towards the end of their relationship. Things weren't well. They were drinking and arguing and fighting, and in an intoxicated state of rage and jealousy, she just decided that she was going to do something about it. And
Jealousy. Okay, so what is he referring to? Because John was not cheating on her. Is he referring to the Aruba thing? Because that whole thing is like stupid. But is that what he's referring to? Is that why they called those witnesses? I'm sorry, it's just so implausible to think that someone would murder somebody over what happened in Aruba, especially because of the timing. Like, if let's say that what happened in Aruba, which was, she didn't even think they were sleeping together, right? It was just like that they were making out or something. That was what she thought, I guess. But let's just say that that's what she thought, and that she was in the moment, right? In the moment, mad enough, jealous enough, furious enough rageful, all that over it, she would have murdered him then. It's not like you just then go back to your life and then over a month later, then you murder the person. That does not make any sense. So I wonder what the jealousy then is that he's referring to if it's not Aruba. Is he just throwing out words to try to justify what he's saying? Maybe. Right. But I mean, we have to think about it from his perspective, right? Because how would he understand what does he mean by that? How does he understand jealousy? How did he interpret jealousy from Karen? And what was his understanding as to why she was jealous? That's really what it comes down to in terms of understanding what he's meaning here.
Put the car in reverse and ran him down and left him there to die. And
except that he wasn't hit by a car.
We figured it out as soon as she left the house that day when she came over. We didn't talk to any investigators, state police, nobody. My mother had said, "Do you think she has something to do with this?" And I said,
"Oops, sorry.
We're not going to think like that." Went outside to the driveway to look at her car, and her car was gone. It was a blizzard. I knew what the driving conditions were like coming from the hospital to Canton. And I knew that they were going back to Dighton, which is a much further drive. Mm-hmm. So we put it together pretty quickly.
I was going to ask you that next. So you took the words out of my mouth. It was like, when did you realize? It was literally that morning.
Yeah. So I would say early afternoon when they came back to the house. She wanted to come over and see the kids.
So he's saying that, and it's funny because that was what Lawley included in his closing argument, part of that consciousness of guilt argument we heard them discussing with jury instructions too. That's so crazy to me. He's like, yeah, because she was gone, she left and went home, went to her parents' house in Dighton. That's why we knew she murdered him. I have a hard time believing that. I really do. I really do. Like that. I don't see how anyone could think like that. That just because she left and went to her parents' house, that means she murdered him. When she didn't live with him. Like, never mind the fact that it's not considering that it would be hard for her to want to be there. She doesn't live there. Again, she doesn't live there, but also that would be really hard. That would be so. I know what it's like, and I know there's others of you in the Squirrel crew that also do that, of lost family members. How is it being at the house after in the same home? It's not easy. I hated being at my parents' house after my dad passed away. It's still not the same, and it's been almost 10 years. So, and he should know this because they've already lost family members, so they should know that. But even if you put that aside, it's like, it sounds more to me like backwards confirmation bias. By backwards, what I mean is after she was considered, after they were looking into her, which was like right away, right? Like within 16 hours? Then you look back in hindsight and it's like, oh, that was weird, right? It's like backwards confirmation bias. And so then it's almost like in your memory, you're like, oh, I thought that was weird right off the bat, when maybe you actually didn't. I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, it's like, we don't know that she wouldn't have been supportive, right? Like we know she was being Section 12'd or whatever, so there's that. But then going back, like, you can go back to where you live next town over and still support the rest of the family. Like, it's not like you need to move now, all of a sudden move into the house that you don't live at. I don't know.
Didn't really interact with them at all. Was there for probably a total of 30 minutes. Didn't say much or anything. and half of her time was upstairs gathering her things. Then my wife spoke to her on the phone on their way back to Dighton, and she told my wife that just have to remember the bad times, and I don't think I'm ever going to talk to you guys again.
Was that phone call what made you sure of what had happened?
Absolutely, yeah. We already, like I said, we put the pieces together.
I don't understand that. Just have to remember the bad times makes literally no sense to me at all as to why anyone would say that.
On our own, and that just really solidified it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why would somebody say that? Why would someone say, you know, if you didn't do anything, why would you say you're never going to talk to us again? Or why do you have to remember the bad times? Almost like justifying what you did.
Right. How would you have expected her to act in that situation if
Good
she
question.
hadn't done something?
But yeah, I mean, at least for me, it's like being around my dad's stuff, like right after my dad passed away, you know, being in the house, like when you feel like they're supposed to be there, like this is just speaking from my own personal experience of like, you know, being in the place where somebody lives when that person has just passed away is really hard. Like, because it's like everything feels wrong. It's like they're supposed to be here and they're not. And everything, you're in their house, everything reminds you of them, right? I totally get it. The first thing I did, like after my dad passed away and we were all there at the hospital and stuff, my mom wanted me to stay with her overnight in Greensboro. The first thing I did after we left the hospital, after being there all day, I drove back to Boone because that's where I lived. I drove back to Boone. And I said, that's, you know, I want to be with my dog, Frodo, who I still have. And I want to be at my house. And I went back to Boone, and I couldn't bear to have stayed at that house, you know? So, and I mean, then of course I did end up coming back, of course, in a couple of days for like the funeral and everything else. But like immediately after, all I wanted was familiarity, and I couldn't have possibly bared to be in that house where he was supposed to be. So
more sad, empathetic, sympathetic, but like I said, when she was at
couldn't she say the same thing about you, not being sympathetic to her?
the house, she barely said a word. You know, she wanted to be there for the kids. My nephew came home.
I mean,
my niece was already home.
We see this a lot in trials, right? And in cases, it's like, this is that same thing, which is, here's how I expect someone to act like when they're grieving, and they didn't act that way. So that means they're guilty, you know, and we know this time and time again, people get that wrong because everyone grieves differently.
By the time she got there and her family arrived, and I sat down, my nephew in the other room, she sat right next to him. I explained to him that JJ's, you know, something happened and he's no longer with us. She didn't say a word. And right after that, she went upstairs and started gathering her belongings. And the next thing you know, they were gone.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's hard. It's a strange behavior.
Very strange. Yep.
When did the whole narrative of her version of events become known to you?
Well, if you remember her first...
I have another thought too. When he was found dead, right? They didn't know what happened to him initially, right? It looks like maybe he got beat up, right? Let's say that they were not told that he was murdered. Let's say that they were told it really looks like it was an accident. It looks like, I'm just going to make something up, right? And like, it looks like he, you know, he died for some other reason, say, right? Like he fell and hit his head, or he had a heart attack or whatever. Just let's just say that the findings were that something else happened to him and they didn't think that there was any foul play involved. Would they still in that situation have thought, no, they've got it wrong. He was definitely murdered by Karen? Because my question is would they have actually really found her behavior suspicious enough to where if they weren't told that it was homicide, they would have thought that, if that makes sense?
Arraignment in Stoughton District Court.
Yeah.
Her attorney, David Unetti, had said this is a tragic accident. His client had no criminal intent.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, fast forward to, I guess, when Alan Jackson came on board. And, you know, they teamed up with a blogger to get their story that they concocted and put together and flooded out there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
And people are only hearing one side of the story and coming to conclusions.
When I say sympathetic, I don't even mean that they need to do anything for her. It's just the way that they judged her behaviors, to me, is unsympathetic. It's just purely just about the judgment. Like, they could have just not judged those behaviors, right?
Or actual evidence in the trial had actually begun. So
Right.
a lot of the public was misinformed.
Exactly. That's a real
because
thing.
they're only getting one side of the story. And
So that's a real thing. I can't remember the name for it off the top of my head. I bet Fenderr would know. But so that's a real thing where it's like a false memory or whatever, or an altered memory, where people literally, their memories have been, they remember it based on things that happen later, but they don't, it's like impacted by later on, like the knowledge that they've gained, and it's like it goes back in time and like changes the memory of what actually happened contemporaneously. So oh, hi, Super Planner Girl. Yay, I'm glad you're here. We're breaking down this interview here.
you know, we didn't come out and tell our side of the story, or what we thought or knew happened. We've kept a low profile and have been silent through this whole ordeal. But now it's time. Now it's time for people to understand the truth. And the jurors, we thank them. They did a great job. They put in a lot of hours.
I mean, that's
paid
true.
A lot of attention, worked hard. Unfortunately, they weren't able to come to a consensus as far as a verdict goes. But we have another chance at it, and hopefully the jury that we get for the second time around will we'll see things more clearly.
So, just so I'm clear, you think this all started when Alan Jackson showed up, and Karen, throughout the course of this trial, you think she knows what she did?
She knows exactly what she did, and she's trying to buy and lie her way out of this, refusing to take accountability for her actions. Not only that, but pointing the finger and blaming innocent people.
Yeah, talk to me about that. I mean, because the thing is, it the story on the defense's side is not just, oh, she didn't do it. It's she didn't do it, and all these other people did.
Yeah, I mean, she's pointing the finger at everybody. Everyone's lying except for her, according to her.
So yeah, I mean, first of all, that's what a defense looks like. Maybe not the conspiracy, but pointing the finger elsewhere. Yeah. But also, I mean, this is what annoyed me the first time around, was that this is just exaggerating, because her defense did not say that at all. Like, there were plenty of witnesses that the Commonwealth called that the defense loved, or was neutral towards, or didn't even cross them at all. So I don't know. It's just irks me.
I think we had 67 witnesses testify. 68. I'm sorry,
That's
testify. Right. And according to them, they're all lying and they're not credible and
wrong. Incorrect. I mean, it's incorrect.
Which, I mean, there's first responders that were just doing their job that day. Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts, all they did was pick up the phone and help because she was asking for help. And
so that,
according to them, the only one telling the truth is her.
No, that's just not at all what they said. But also, Kerry Roberts, definitely the only thing she did is pick up the phone and help. Jen McCabe, you gotta be shitting me though. Really?
So I don't even know what to call them. We have a variety of names. The pink people. They turned on all those people first. Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe. But then how have they treated you guys over the course of the last year and a half?
Well, if you just go back to any video of us walking into court during pretrial hearings, yelling, screaming, calling us names, to this day, I don't know what I did wrong. I get messages all the time.
Right.
Whether through Facebook or other ways of communication, telling me that I'm a moron, I'm stupid, need to open my eyes and all this stuff. But I ignore those. I don't really care what people say to me because this isn't about me. This is about my brother. And I like to think I know a little bit more of what's going on in the case than, people that are just reading stuff on.
I mean, I'm
the
sure
internet.
that's true.
And there's been things said about me, accusations about me, all types of things that just aren't true.
Absolutely.
But again, I just brush it off because this isn't about me.
So if these people buy into this big conspiracy, right, that Brian Albert's a murderer or whoever, okay, if they buy into that, why are they turning on you guys? Has that ever made sense to you?
Because we don't believe in a crazy conspiracy theory that holds no merit, no evidence. I mean, we know these people. I mean, Jen McCabe has been a family friend of ours. She was friends with my sister.
I thought this was interesting.
We've
I'm
known her
like,
for over
oh,
10 years.
wow.
She was very helpful with, picking Kaylee up to and fro when he took over raising the kids. Kerry Roberts, we've known for a very, very long time, right? And at the time, she didn't really know Jen McCabe or any of the McCabes or Alberts. And her testimony corroborated everything that Jen said. And
That's not true.
Was scared of her and didn't even want to ask her any questions. They just wanted her off the stand. And
that's also not true.
The negative or hate that's directed towards me, mostly me and my mother, is because we support these people who are.
So that's interesting.
Being falsely accused of something they didn't do.
So what was the dad feeling differently? I think that's interesting. Huh.
Right. And their lives have been turned upside down and partially ruined. Colin Albert, who was a 17-year-old kid at the time, his life has been turned upside down and ruined. I've gotten to know the Alberts through all this, and they're all good people. So just because we don't believe in a crazy conspiracy theory and we believe that Karen Reed is guilty of killing my brother, they take it on us.
Doesn't it feel sometimes like your brother's forgotten in all of this?
Absolutely. All the time. It's turned into the Karen Reed show. She walks through a crowd that cheers her on. She goes out in public, takes pictures, signs autographs. She's just living her life like nothing's ever happened. And meanwhile, my brother's been gone for almost 2.5 years.
That's unfair.
And
that's absolutely unfair. That's absolutely unfair. Even what he just described is an oxymoron. He just said she's going out, taking pictures. What he's referring to is any notoriety she's gained because of this death. What he just said contradicts itself. He said she's going on like nothing happened. Well, what you just described is fallout of this happening. He perceives it as positive. And it's unfair that he's not even acknowledging that certainly her life has changed. Certainly there's a ton of negative things that have happened because of this, right? But even if you remove all that and just say, okay, let's just say this has been good for her. Let's just say it's been positive for her. Notoriety, pictures, whatever. He's just described things that happened because of this. So literally it's just irrational thinking.
I just want people to go back to who the victim is in this. It's not her. It's my
right.
brother.
Exactly.
What do you want people to know?
I know, right?
You call him Johnny.
And the money
for JJ.
Too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my older brother. So, I mean, generous, loyal.
And
sometimes it's on the ass to me. I'm sorry, pain in the butt to me.
I'll add this also. There are definitely conditions to her being out on bond that are restrictive measures. Like, I don't know what they are, but usually you can't leave a certain place. You can't go out at certain times. Like, she's not living her normal life. 100%. I don't think that people even would realize, but I'm sure there's a lot of restrictions placed on her to meet those conditions. And now she has to endure those even longer.
A pain in the ass.
Just because he was my older brother, but he just was there if you needed him, took care of the people that he loved, good-hearted guy who didn't deserve any of this. He rearranged and uprooted his life, went from a single the bachelor lifestyle living in Boston to moving into instant dad role.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that obviously everyone admires him the most for, and I do too. You know, it wasn't easy for him at the beginning, but you know, he learned to figure it out, and you know, we all helped as much as we could without getting in the way. Just an overall good guy.
And I assume he chose to do that, right? I mean, your sister's situation is unimaginable.
Yeah. So then, well, after my brother-in-law passed away, we had to figure out, all right, what do we do? And at the time, my wife and I were like, all right, we'll take them in. At the time, we had a 3-year-old and an 8-month-old, so we were trying to figure out how are we gonna do this. Our house was small. We didn't really want to live in the house that they both passed away in, but we were trying to figure it out the best way possible. And then Johnny just stepped up one day and just said, "I got it."
Wow.
And then pretty much moved in the next day and took it from there for 8 years.
So there's a reason that's why so many people describe that that's what they admired about him.
Yeah, I
He
mean,
stepped up.
a selfless act, changing your life, you know, to take care of his family and people he loved.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, that's him in a nutshell.
I know I asked you how your mom's doing already or how your parents are doing, but I just can't imagine for her losing 2 kids.
Yeah.
Is she like a different person now?
She's a strong woman. I'll give her that. Yeah, it's unimaginable, you know, just to lose them in the ways that she did. You know, my sister suffering for 5.5 months with brain cancer.
Yeah.
But at least had the opportunity to say goodbye. And then, you know, with my brother just being taken from us so quickly and senselessly, I don't know, somehow she keeps it all together. My father, quiet, kind of keeps to himself.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, overall, what they've gone through it's unfair.
Yeah.
It's unimaginable, but they're strong and they keep moving forward, and just same thing. They do what they have to do to take care of the family.
I have to ask you, we got ushered out of the courtroom pretty quickly on Monday. You had a little exchange with Karen. Do you mind? What happened there?
So throughout the trial, she likes to turn and look at me and smirk. She's never once made eye contact with my wife, Erin. So when the mistrial was announced, she turned and looked right at Erin and gave her a smirk, and then went over and hugging and celebrating to some extent. I just said, you know, you're not done yet.
Did she say something back?
No, but I mean, it was an emotional day, emotional moment, being in that courtroom, sitting so closely, and that's something that she wanted.
Yeah, can you talk about that? I mean, the courtroom switch, we know all the legal reasons why it happened, but you guys were like arm's length from her for the entire trial.
Yep. I guess after a while, you just got used to it, but yeah, showing up every day, sitting that close to the person that took my brother away from us, it was not easy. It took a lot to not say anything, but again, it wasn't about me. We were there for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's to get justice for Johnny.
What did Adam and Laura say to you guys afterwards? Like, what, looking ahead?
Yeah, I mean, they were disappointed in the outcome, but Adam said, he goes, "We're just going to do it again." He goes, "I'll start tomorrow." You know, so they're confident. They have the truth on their side. You know, unfortunately, if you pay high-powered attorneys enough and put enough lies out there, you know, you start influencing people to the point where there's just no turning back. I think people just don't want to admit that they were wrong or duped. But you know, they're confident, and we're going to go at it again.
He being Adam has been like, he's kept to himself a lot, similar to you guys over the course of this.
Yep.
Do you think that's been hard?
I'm sure it's been extremely hard on him. You know,
Okay, so a couple things. So yes, I really like this interviewer. That makes sense because STS has the best guests. But I thought that part was interesting. Let me back it up just real quick here.
Similar to you guys over
Yep.
the course of this.
Yep.
Hard.
I'm sure it's been extremely hard.
He being Adam has been like he's kept to himself a lot, similar to you guys over
Yep.
the course of this.
Yep.
Do you think that's been hard?
I'm sure it's been extremely hard on him. You know, he's not the type that looks at social media or pays attention enough. He just keeps his head down and does his job.
I need to go back
People
further.
just don't want to admit that they were wrong or
Here we
turns
go.
enough and put your enough lies out there. You know, you start influencing people to the point where there's just no turning back.
Mhm.
I think people just don't want to admit that they were wrong or duped.
What do you guys think about that statement right there? Do you think anything interesting? Right? Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I was like, yeah. Interesting, right? Right? Yes. Absolutely. Yep. Agree with you guys. Totally.
But you know, they're confident, and we're going to go out again.
He being Adam has been like he's kept to himself a lot, similar to you guys over
Yep.
the course of this.
Yep.
Do you think that's been hard?
I'm sure it's been extremely hard on him. You know, he's not the type that looks at social media or pays attention to that stuff. He just keeps his head down and does his job.
That explains a lot, doesn't it? As to how he doesn't know that he doesn't know all the problem. He doesn't know he doesn't have any feedback as to his job performance. Let's just say that.
Good for him.
You know, he's not the flashy
Just comes
attorney that
home.
wants to be on camera all the time,
I'm
like press conferences on the
home.
stairs, like some people. He's just a hardworking, you know, I guess nose to the grindstone kind of guy, and
I don't even
does
know.
his job.
Does he though? Really? I don't know.
You know, it's
I think that's iffy.
a very difficult job,
It is a hard job.
but he's never once really complained about it, you know, to us anyway.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard on him. I know it's hard on Laura. I know it's been hard on everyone who's been involved in this.
Is Laura
but
his
everyone's
wife? Laura
determined that
Lawley?
we're
No
just gonna
way.
do it again.
Has your circle of like the people who support you guys, has it grown? Has it gotten smaller over the course of all the noise outside of this?
So for me personally, I've kept my circle smaller.
Mhm.
People that you were friends with or haven't seen in a while, you just don't know where their mind's at.
Yeah.
What they believe. So we've been forced to become very kind of like defensive, not as outgoing as we normally would be.
Mm-hmm.
But I think recently I think we're gaining some more
No,
support.
I don't think so. Because he was
I think
saying
people have been afraid.
he was saying Laura in reference to people working hard. He was like, they both work hard. It sounds like Laura might be. So I don't know if that's his wife or if that's somebody else. What's her name? The other lady, McLaughlin, her last name is McLaughlin from the DA's office. Was her first name Laura? Maybe that's who he's talking about. The girl who was there and argued only when it was like in front of the judge, but she didn't do any witness. She didn't work with any witnesses.
You know, to show up to court and I guess
Maybe
kind
her
of
name is
protest
Laura.
to the people that are outside. I think people have been
Right.
in fear.
Maybe,
but
yeah.
I think that's starting to turn.
Or it's Lolly's
I think
wife,
people
Laura Lolly.
want justice. They don't want this influence of, you know, social media and public perception based off of lies to, you know, to win. Or to
Yeah,
take control
cults
of
are
things.
weird, Kitsman.
Do you want people to show up with
We'll take all the
support?
support we can get.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, we're not going to turn anybody away. I mean,
So it's okay if people support.
every time we go to court,
Ugh.
you know, we're kind of portrayed as the bad guys.
Yeah.
You know, and at the end of the day, it's, you know, we lost a loved one. You know, but somehow we're still, I guess, vilified for just not believing in a crazy conspiracy.
Yeah. On that note, was it hard for you at all
I mean,
there were certain.
It sucks, right? It's like, you know, you don't have to believe in the conspiracy to recognize that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, not even by Karen. He wasn't hit by a car, period, driven by anybody. So I hate it. I hate that this whole conspiracy thing is distracting. It only distracts from the evidence, which is just so incredibly unfortunate. It will be interesting. I still am in the camp that I don't think they're going to retry it. But if they do, it will be interesting to see if the defense changes their strategy.
Only some moments in the case where there were weak spots exposed, right? Like I think about the solo cups and
this part's
Trooper Proctor.
This part's incredible.
Facing job consequences as a result of this.
This part's really incredible.
What was it like for you to listen to those moments that weren't necessarily benefiting the state's case?
Well, as far as
the whole trial,
very early stages, I mean, a crime scene during a blizzard, can't be an easy thing to navigate.
Okay, but it's their job.
And yet, you know, they found evidence. They found a sneaker. They found pieces of taillight.
I'm not even gonna get started with all the issues with that stuff.
You know, obviously you're not going to see everything under a couple feet of snow.
Mm-hmm.
So
they did use a leaf blower.
I think they improvised the best they could.
They did improvise, but they also could have gone a mile away to the police department and gotten actual containers for evidence.
You know, every investigation is going to be kind of scrutinized to some degree.
True, but no one's ever seen an investigation like this before, ever.
But, you know, they did what they had to do with what they had.
That's just factually not true. This to me is this is really telling to me, and let me explain why. The denial that he has about this investigation and the solo cups and shit is interesting to me, because in my mind, it makes everything else that he's saying less plausible. Because let's just say that he said everything else that he said about Karen Reed, blah, blah. But then when she asked him these, and we're going to wait till we get to the Trooper Proctor thing too. But like, let's just say that when she gets to this part about the investigation of Trooper Proctor, and let's just say that when it came to this, he's like, oh yeah, it was a total shit investigation. It was botched. Let's just say he saw things for what they were. Then it would to me, it would be more believable that he's maybe not just completely in a state of denial. You know, like he said, what was the thing about, you know, not wanting to admit you've been duped, right? Well, y'all, this is just insane to me. Like what he's saying here. Let's listen to the Trooper Proctor thing, because it just gets worse here. Incredible.
And with the weather conditions being what they were.
Also, I don't know why everyone keeps using this as an excuse for the Commonwealth or for law enforcement, because it's not Boston, but it's outside of Boston. It's every person that I've heard that's talked about this, that's like from like, you know, like for example, like Duty Ron and Ed Wallace, right? And other investigators that are detectives and stuff. They won't have any of this, because they're like, you get snow. It's just, I don't need to tell you guys. Using the weather as an excuse is just beyond.
They just, like I said, had to improvise and do the best they could. As far as, you know, Michael Proctor's comments, he even said too, they were unprofessional. Which
you're joking, right?
Which we agree with, but you know, this guy, his life's been ruined.
You got to be fucking with me. You're saying his life's been ruined as if it shouldn't have happened. Yet Karen Reed, you're saying her life is going on as if nothing happened. So this is just really clear to me that in terms of, you know, evaluating someone's bias or perspective or rose-colored glasses or denial, whatever you want to call it, I'll just say like the Yoda quote, which y'all know I've never seen Star Wars, but of course you hear all this stuff. You know, it's like I'm gonna do like Yoda, but I'm gonna switch out a word here and say the denial is strong with this one.
You know, getting his personal cell phone,
Yeah.
which was something that should never have happened. Josh Levy should never have been intervened in this.
It's definitely
FBI investigation was launched.
Definitely is.
Due to cherry-picked evidence that was, or pieces of discovery that was only provided by the defense. Like this is
pretty unprecedented.
To not even speak to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, not speak to the Mass Police to see what they have for discovery and evidence.
Right. I mean, the thing is that
just to intervene himself in that way, and
it's because he's convinced that Karen Reed did this that he's in denial about all these other things. They're one and the same. So it's like if he wasn't convinced, he wouldn't be saying all this other shit, I would imagine. He might actually admit that the investigation was botched and that Trooper Proctor is a piece of shit.
Which casted, a shadow of doubt on the investigation. So I think he has a lot of questions that need to be answered.
Yeah. Do you get updates on that?
I do not. I do plan on trying to sit down
I'm
with
saying
him
like
at some point.
his feelings about those other things are just more evidence of the denial.
I won't get a response, but if I have to go knock on the door and ask for a sit down, that's what I'll do.
Is there anything I haven't asked you about that you want to make sure people know?
In all this, I just want people to remember the actual victim. I think I mentioned it before that it's not the Karen Reed show.
Yeah.
This is about a good man whose life was taken way too soon and for selfish reasons, and has created a void in our life that was already an enormous void, but just made it even that much bigger. And I just want people to remember him and want him to get the justice he deserves and that we deserve.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Karen Reed doing prison.
Doing prison.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so before it does this loud video again, hold on.
Massachusetts State Police trooper and lead investigator in the Karen.
It just auto-plays that. Hold on. Okay, so that happened. So we just did the interview there. All right, well, there you have it. So yeah, and it did the same exact video. Isn't that funny? So on Firefox, it doesn't do that, but on Chrome, it does for whatever reason. So yeah, definitely John O'Keefe's been lost in the mix, but you know what? The Commonwealth was the same. We commented on that throughout the entire trial, that the Commonwealth, like, again, it was so crazy how rarely initially they didn't even mention Karen. Eventually they did, but like they barely mentioned John at all. So, which that's also unusual because usually in a murder trial, the victim is mentioned a lot by the prosecution. But yeah, so we're going to pick up where we left off here with this recap. So we still have Trooper Guarino on the stand, but prior to that, they do this little morning housekeeping here.
So moving on
And it's actually really
to the voir dire motion.
It's actually really relevant because we were making our way through the text messages and we're about to get to the voicemails.
Other day, or voir dire hearing in response to the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. So the Commonwealth was alleging.
So this is after they had their voir dire. So you might be saying, well, what about the voir dire? So the voir dire was the day before. Remember, the jury didn't come in that day. They just had the voir dire. I didn't include that day in the recaps because we covered that entire day live. And I think most of you guys were there and have seen it. And, you know, we end up hearing that testimony again very soon. So I just didn't feel like there was that much to break down, especially because we did it live. So this is right after, this is the next day after they've had the voir dire, and then they're coming back in to hear what the witnesses will be allowed to testify to.
Violations of Rule 14's reciprocal discovery requirement, and the Commonwealth asked for exclusion of Dr. Russell. I did find and do find that there was a violation of the reciprocal discovery obligations of the defendants. I was looking for a remedy. You called it a sanction, Mr. Jackson, but I called it a remedy. And I did tell counsel, as you know, at sidebar a couple of times, at least last week, that I did not want to exclude the testimony if I did not have to. So we had the voir dire, and I'm satisfied that the voir dire provided the Commonwealth the information that the defense should have provided the Commonwealth. So I am going to allow Dr. Russell to testify, but her testimony is very limited, and I think you even sort of acknowledged it the other day, Mr. Jackson. So she'll be allowed only to opine whether or not the marks on John O'Keefe's arm were the result of an animal attack. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked in that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in this regard. But she can't testify as an expert on police activity. There'll be none of that. And she will not be able to testify as to what the injuries are inconsistent with. She cannot testify that they're inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle, road rash, scratches from broken glass or taillight matter, or anything else. So that's beyond the scope of which she can testify. The second part of the Commonwealth's motion, Commonwealth argued that they were not provided reciprocal discovery regarding the biomechanical engineers and others, but specifically ARCCA, Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Rentschler. And I do find, though I understand why the defense didn't respond, but it is a violation of Rule 14, so we had this voir dire. The Commonwealth was looking to see what each person did, their independent opinion, what their testimony would be, and whether they were qualified to render the opinions that they qualified. So from what I heard the other day, Dr. Wolf can testify to what his involvement. Dr. Rentschler, though, I have some concerns. It's clear to me that in Massachusetts, biomechanical engineers are not qualified to testify as to medical causation of an injury. Only an MD can do that. So I'm going to reserve ruling on the rest of his testimony. There are certain things he can testify, and I'll hear you again before he testifies next week. Let's just proceed with the trial today. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay, so those are my rulings. Are they clear, Mr. Jackson?
Yes,
Are they clear, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Taking you back to the other day, I have been showing you, so you had testified about some extraction reports that you had conducted from the various forensic extractions that you had done pertaining to both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on page 3, who was that a conversation with?
Laura Sullivan. First message from Laura Sullivan at 12:45 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. Karen, it's Laura. Please call me. Karen says, hi, Laura, at 1:07 p.m. Karen then says, John passed away, 1:07 p.m. Laura, Karen, I'm shaking. I'm so sorry. At 1:07, Karen says, we found him outside in the snow at 5 a.m., 1:07 p.m. Laura, I can't stop crying, 1:07 p.m. again. Karen, thank you, 1:07. And Laura finally says, why was he out there, 1:07 p.m. Oh, sorry. Karen replies, he left the party we were at. I don't know what time. I didn't even go in. I went to bed. That's at 1:08 p.m. Laura says, oh my God, 1:08. Karen, my heart breaks for, my heart breaks for everyone at 1:09 p.m. So.
Thank you, sir. So in those text messages, Ms. Sullivan, in the afternoon of the 29th.
Karen says she didn't even go in. She went to bed. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. If you guys, y'all go to bed. Y'all know I always do timestamps too. So if you want to catch it up on replay, you are more than welcome. And yes, so good night to anyone who's going to bed. But yeah, I mean, I just find that interesting that here it is. It's like she even just says here, like, yeah, he went to the party, I went home and went to bed.
She indicates to Ms. Sullivan that they located Mr. O'Keefe around 5 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And we'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but with regard to that 12:36 time, from your review of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is there a voicemail that the defendant left Mr. O'Keefe at that time frame?
There was a voicemail at 12:37 a.m. These ones here, it looks like they're 3 seconds and 5 seconds long.
And they're listed as answered, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is the date and time associated with those entries in Mr. O'Keefe's records?
His records shows number 134 is 12:36, 9 seconds on the 29th, and then 134 with the one in the parentheses, 12:36 and 9 seconds as well. Call duration 0 seconds.
And as far as any indication on those calls, as far as whether they're answered, they're missed, they're rejected, or what are they listed as?
There's nothing. Also 133 is the same call. And that one says missed, and it's at the same timestamp of 12:36 and 9 seconds.
So the same call around the same time frame shows up in Mr. O'Keefe's report as missed and shows up in the defendant's report as answered, correct?
That is correct.
And that is around the time that the defendant is calling the victim repeatedly and leaving voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you conducted an analysis of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And from your analysis of that phone, were you able to determine approximately how many calls occurred from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the time period shortly after 12:30 a.m. To the time period shortly after 6 a.m.?
There was over 50. I think it was 53 or 55.
And any of those calls from your review of those records indicate any sort of conversation as far as duration, as far as being labeled as answered, anything to that effect?
That Mr. O'Keefe actually picked up the phone and spoke to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
No.
Now, with regard to those phone calls from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you find from Mr. O'Keefe's phone in relation to voicemails left by the defendant?
There were 8 voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the 29th till the phone was discovered. All from Ms. Reed, no one else.
Now, sir, from your review of the defendant's phone, before we get to those, from your review of the defendant's phone, what, if anything, were you able to observe or ascertain that the defendant's phone did at approximately 12:36 a.m.?
So by looking at the timeline in the phone, we were able to see that Ms. Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m. You know this because it's a password-protected access to the phone, so you would have to know the password to get into this Wi-Fi network.
Detail that Lolly must have just completely forgotten about or just neglected in some way, to where this entire time during opening statements all the way along, 12:45 was this timeline, right? And then she's at his house at 12:36. So it's interesting.
And that would be the home at
You have Paul O'Keefe being like, yeah, Lolly worked so hard at his job.
1 Meadows Avenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as this first voicemail, what time did this occur?
12:37 a.m.
Before Ms. Gilman presses play again, Trooper Guarino, what time is the second message?
12:42.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, Trooper Guarino, with reference to the third message, what time is that received?
12:59.
And again, when I say received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
That's the timestamp of the voicemail in his phone, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to that third message.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids.
Nobody knows what the fuck you want, fucking pervert.
So, I mean, this is just to me is so obvious. Like, I mean, that she doesn't know what happened to him. I mean, she says nobody knows where you are, and she's saying I'm here with your kids because she thinks he's going to come home and then she can leave, right? It's like, and then we've talked about it prior to tonight, right? We've talked about on other recaps in other lives from the trial after it happened, but before we got to hear them in the context of it. So you guys have probably heard a lot of my thoughts in terms of what it means. But to me, this is the opposite. This is someone who wants to leave, wants to go home, but is staying only because she thinks he's going to come home. And she's waiting for him to come home so she can leave.
And Trooper Guarino, with regard to the fifth message, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
37, 42, 59, 1:11 a.m. Excuse me.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yes, 1 in the morning, I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
And the sixth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:18 a.m.
Gilman, if you could.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. You're sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
The seventh message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
It's really clear to me that it's like, she's mad because she's there with the kids, like I said, but she thinks he's out having fun, partying, maybe cheating on her, whatever. Meanwhile, she's stuck there with the kids and she needs to go home. So, yeah.
5:23 a.m.
Gilman, if you could.
This is the 911 call that we're hearing back.
The last and eighth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
6:08 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you
Let me
could.
back up to the one I just mistakenly said. Hold on.
Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. You're sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
The seventh message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
5:23 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Dawn, where are you?
The last and eighth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
6:08 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
I mean, that was the voice of panic.
Gilman, if you could pause there for 1 second, I'm sorry. With respect to this message received on Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:08 a.m., from your knowledge of the investigation, where was the defendant, who, if anyone, was with her or around her at the time of this message at 6:08 a.m.?
Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts. During the message, you can hear someone on the phone with 911.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yes, I have someone saying for 34 years old, yes, now, they're taking a tax notice now. Yeah. Weird language. I don't speak language very well.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Now, Trooper Guarino, in addition to the 53 phone calls that you've testified about the defendant made to Mr. O'Keefe from that time frame following 12:30 a.m. to approximately just past 6 a.m., did you note any other calls to a contact listed within the defendant's phone as mom?
Yes.
And when were those calls placed?
I believe there's one at 1:10-ish in the morning. I forget the exact timestamp. There's also one at around 4:40 in the morning, and then at 4:42, right around 4 in the morning. Two of them, the first two weren't answered, and then the third phone call was answered.
And I don't really know what the point is of that from the Commonwealth. I mean, to me, what that sounds like is she's probably calling her mom to be like, hey, mom, I'm here at John's house. I don't know what to do because he's not coming home. He's not home yet. I'm stuck with the kids. You know, like, should I just leave the kids alone or blah, blah? I don't know. I don't really know what the point is.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's phone from that same time period, what, if any, phone calls did you observe to a contact listed in the defendant's phone as dad?
It's the same number. So when I looked at it in one report, it showed as dad. And then when I looked at it in Celebrate, it came up as mom. So I don't know how it's attributing. Maybe she has it listed twice. I never looked at her actual phone. So this is what the extraction is showing me.
Sir, you testified the other day that upon your review of the defendant's extraction reports, you were not able to determine there were no listed GPS locations for the defendant's phone?
Correct. Like routes or anything like that.
And that was because it was turned off in the phone, is that correct?
That would lead me to believe, yes, that location services are turned off, so...
Objection, move to strike.
So no gas.
Oh, so this was the thing from earlier. That's funny. So earlier on in this live stream, he was testifying about GPS location data, and I was saying like how I remember it getting objected to, and I was like, oh, I guess that's weird. They didn't object, but I guess it happens later. Here it is. And so this is like the exact same question. Lolly's asking it again. And so I'm wondering if it's, the move to strike is interesting because that seems like it goes beyond asked and answered, but she does strike this. So
What can you tell us about that?
Well, if GPS coordinates and location services on, that's what would get us locations in the phone. So if they're not there, they could be turned off.
Objection, move to strike.
No, I'll allow that.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if any, analysis with respect to GPS and/or health data? Well, let me ask you this as from your training experience and your casework with respect to
Lolly's like, oh wait, I forgot to lay foundation.
forensic analysis of electronic devices. What is health data in a cell phone? How is that recorded, and what, if anything, can that tell you?
Okay. So in an iPhone, you can have health data. To use that health data, the phone, if you don't have an iWatch paired to it, is basically just a high-tech pedometer. It's just every time you move the phone, it's going to track steps, and that's if you have it turned on. If you have the iWatch on, it'll get beats per minute, and you get a much more robust health data from it.
Now, with respect to the health data and with respect to the GPS location for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, initially, what, if any, sort of analysis did you do with respect to that?
So we checked his native locations. At 12:19, the phone is, well, I should say this, at 12:12 in his location shows that he's at the Waterfall Bar. The next set of locations shows he's at Dedham Street by Cedar Crest, and then Waze is activated for 34 Fairview. So, and then it shows me his entire route to 34 Fairview.
And as far as the health data was concerned, there was some entries from 12:11 a.m. to 12:32 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you observed and what, if any, significance those entries had to you as far as the health data was concerned?
Yeah, so the health data shows, like I said, the phone is basically a high-tech pedometer. If you're moving it around, it's going to think you're taking steps when you might not actually be walking. His health data showed while he's driving that he's traveling and taking steps.
Objection, move to strike.
So I need a foundation.
Mr. Guarino, over the course of this investigation and your analysis, you became aware of other witness statements, surveillance video, things of that nature as to Mr. O'Keefe's whereabouts from approximately 12 a.m. to at least 1 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're aware of around the time just past 6 a.m. When
So let's hear the question first.
Cool. That's my objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Lowell.
you're aware of the time being just past 6 a.m. that you already testified to as to when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered and 911 was called.
Yes, that's correct.
So, sir, with respect to, again, that time period starting at 12:11 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe with respect to the health data of Mr. O'Keefe as signified within the phone?
So it marks when he's taking steps, ascending, ascending stairs, and distance traveled.
And so from that period of 12:11 to 12:32, there are essentially 4 time periods that you delineated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And sir, if you could just list for the jury what you found.
Yes. So at 12:11 and 9 seconds in the morning to 12:21 and 5 seconds on the 29th, it shows that he's taking 170 steps, going 99.6 meters or 326 feet. At 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds, it shows 80 steps and 87.74 meters or 287 feet. At 12:21, 14 seconds to 12:24 and 37 seconds, it stated ascending, descending 3 floors. And then at 12:31:56 to 12:32:16 in the morning, 36 steps, 25.46 meters or 85 feet.
Now, sir, with respect to what's listed as steps, does that from based on your training experience and familiarity with this sort of health data, what, if anything, does that tell you as to whether or not the person with the phone is physically taking steps?
It's so funny because I feel like any of us that were there for our Murdaugh deep dive, we could probably testify as experts to the steps and other things related to the cell phones.
Steps.
That's not the case.
What is the case?
We could also, I think we could also testify as
like I said,
expert witnesses when it comes to hogs.
the phone has internal measures.
Objection.
The phone has internal measures in it. Like I said, it's basically a pedometer. So the movement of the phone, the distance traveled, it's going to register as steps. You don't have to physically be walking and moving the phone for it to register movements. Just waving it around and then.
What's funny about this, you guys, what's funny about this is that people can make fun all they want, as they should, right? Of in Murdaugh, the dude who threw the phone around in his office, who he wasn't supposed to be a cell phone expert, right? That was on the prosecution's rebuttal. He had testified earlier. He was, part of the chain of custody for something else regarding the investigation, but they brought him in. I had him do this experiment. The defense didn't object, so it came in. That was their fault for not objecting. But anyway, people can make fun of him all they want for when he conducted that experiment. But I have to say this. When he was asked how the steps work, he was able to, not very eloquently, but he was able to explain that there's an accelerometer inside the phone, and the accelerometer is responsible for detecting the phone's motion. Now let's listen to how this guy, who's the smartest one of the bunch, in my opinion, of the different law enforcement officers that have testified, how he describes how the phone detects steps.
The phone has internal measures in it. Like I said, it's basically a pedometer. So the movement of the phone, the distance traveled,
basically a pedometer,
it's going to register as steps. You don't have to physically be walking and moving the phone for it to.
Like, I understand why he says that. For people who are on the jury who have no idea what this is, which I don't think is probably possible, but to say it's basically a pedometer it would be like if you're describing it to someone from 200 years, or 100 years ago or something, right? But it's not a pedometer. It's very different. And he clearly doesn't actually know how it does it, right? Is what it is.
Register movements. Just waving it around and then could potentially.
Well, I don't actually, right? Isn't that, isn't that actually isn't that actually like an ultimate issue? Well, maybe not in this case, but in other cases, like just waving it around, is that enough? And they actually determined in the Murdaugh trial that wasn't enough to detect a step. So he's wrong.
Causes to think you're walking and moving.
No.
And when that Waze search was conducted, is there a precise time pursuant to your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone associated with that Waze search?
Yes, it was at 12:20 in the morning.
And so from all of those steps and everything that you, if Mr. O'Keefe is searching for 34 Fairview Road, inferably he's not at 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That as much as we all loved everyone that has been here that I talked to, and we loved the defense, right? The defense did a great job. I still think it's fair in the wake of this mistrial to scrutinize to see if there's anything that they could be changing for the next time if it does go for another trial. And I guarantee you they're doing the same thing. I guarantee you they're doing the same thing. 100%. They're doing the same thing. Here is an opportunity that was missed, in my opinion. And it might be because they don't know any better. Like, they could totally have objected to this or crossed him on it, which I don't think they do. They could have brought in a rebuttal expert. And the reason I'm saying, why would it matter, right? This is really going to where was John when? And not that they needed it, right? In terms of did he go in the house or not? They didn't need to go that route. But having said that, because they went that route the whole trial, if they really wanted to hammer home with this, again, they don't need to be doing it. I don't think it was a good idea. But if they wanted to do it again on the next round, if there's a next round, bring in, Jackson Unetti, I'm sure you're never going to watch this, but my advice would be bring in someone to rebut this with the phone. And again, I'm like trying to think, maybe does Brian Green testify about it? Maybe Brian Green, you know what? Maybe I'm going to eat my words. I can't even remember because it feels like such a long time ago, even though it wasn't. Maybe I'll be eating my words. I can't remember if Brian Green talks about the step counter or not. I mean, I know they talk about the stairs and like that, but I don't know if they talk about how does the phone detect steps. Anyway, I'll hold my thought until we finish with that, just in case I don't want to speak too soon. However, if it is in fact that they don't, I mean, they didn't object here, right? If they don't cross him on it, if they don't bring in anyone to rebut it, that's a missed opportunity because he clearly doesn't know how it works. So
Now, with respect to the location, can you describe to the jury, are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as native locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
So native locations on an iPhone, the way it pulls GPS data, it uses satellite, Wi-Fi signal, Bluetooth, location services on apps. It takes all that data and uses it to get you the best location of where you are. Unlike where you'd have like a handheld car-mounted Garmin GPS, that's just using strictly satellite.
Now, from your review of that data, when that weighs...
I'll say it again. I think he's probably the most intelligent of all the law enforcement officers we've seen, but he clearly doesn't know the actual terminology for a lot of the things he's testifying about or have enough training. But having said that, it's not like a Trooper Paul situation where he's just completely fucking everything up, right? I mean, I think a lot of this is probably objectionable, like I said before. But like that last, let's hear it again. The last comment.
The satellite, Wi-Fi signal, Bluetooth, location services on apps. It takes all that data and uses it to get you the best location of where you are. Unlike where you'd have like a handheld car-mounted Garmin GPS.
I mean, I guess like that's an example where I don't think he's wrong, but he probably could have phrased that better in a more expert-y way, you know, like the most accurate location, just as an example.
It's just using strictly satellite.
Now, from your review of that data, when that Waze search is conducted at approximately 12:20 a.m., where is Mr. O'Keefe physically located at that time?
The vehicle or whatever they're in is by one.
I thought that was interesting. I don't know what that is. That was interesting. And I don't think anyone, I don't know what the deal is with that. I don't remember anyone bringing that up. I don't remember him being crossed. Let's listen one more time. That was weird because he's not actually looked down. He just referred to his notes in a way.
That data, when that Waze search is conducted at approximately 12:20 a.m., where is Mr. O'Keefe physically located at that time?
The vehicle or whatever they're in is
whatever they're in. Are they not in a vehicle? Is this what's happening here? He knows they're in the Lexus. He's already talked about the Lexus. So it's not like there's confusion over the car. Are they not in a vehicle? Is he thinking they weren't in the car? Let me hear it.
by 138 Dedham Street. They had already passed Cedar Crest Road.
Hold on. Let me,
And from review of that native location data, what time does the phone...
The satellite, Wi-Fi signal, Bluetooth, location services on apps. It takes all that data and uses it to get you the best location of where you are. Unlike where you'd have like a handheld car-mounted Garmin GPS, that's just using strictly satellite.
Now, from your review of that data, when that Waze search is conducted at approximately 12:20 a.m., where is Mr. O'Keefe physically located at that time?
The vehicle or whatever they're in is by 138 Dedham Street. They had already passed Cedar Crest Road.
I don't know what that
And
is.
from review of that native location data, what time does the phone arrive in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
12:24 a.m.
Now, the next entry as far as the location data, when is that and where is it indicating that the phone is at that point?
It shows me it's there the entire night, right in between 32, 34 Fairview. So
And 32, 34 Fairview, that sort of intersection of those two residences, if you know, where is that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found just after 6 a.m. in the morning?
I was only going by the photos that Sergeant Good had taken and from the Canton PD cruiser cam.
I appreciate that he
but
says that.
that area would be within 3 feet.
I appreciate that he says that. This is what I'm saying. He could have been Weasley, right? He's saying he's only going by the photos because they don't have measurements and they don't actually know. But I appreciate that he just says that. He doesn't wait until cross.
Give or take of the
Just being honest, he's just answering the
area where the GPS signals all plot for the rest of the night.
And were you able to ascertain from using the Axiom tool and the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as far as its speed in meters per second at 12:25:36 a.m.?
I don't remember it off the top of my head. Sorry.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his
Thank
report
you.
for the numbers?
Go ahead.
This whole thing, okay, this whole thing about the speed, I was like, oh my God, this is coming back up again because we were all complaining about this the other night with when Tully was on the stand and Jackson was going through this whole thing with the speed. So I think there's a reason Jackson was doing that. I mean, it was hard. The problem with it was that it felt like they were having their own private conversation. No one knew what the fuck they were talking about, right? That was the problem. I don't think it was something that didn't matter. I think it's just we didn't understand it, and that's not good because it means the jury probably didn't understand it, and their job is to help us understand. But I think that it matters. The speed thing matters because here it is coming up again. I was like, oh, not the speed thing again. And if you're asking yourself, as I did as I was editing this video, why the fuck are they talking? Like, we don't ever hear this. Like, this is not a concept, at least that I can recall recently hearing come up in other trials where they're talking about the speed that the phone was moving. I'm like, what? The speed that the phone was moving? What? Why? It seems weird, right? It's because there's no location data for them. And so they're going off of the speed of the phone. The only location data they have is from the Waze data, from the app on the phone for the directions, but that's only as they're looking up directions. Other than that, we know Karen, it seems like she didn't have location services on. Again, that doesn't mean anything. Mine are off by default, right? And then I guess John's were also, right? Because apparently it was only when he was using that Waze app. Having said that, you'll notice the Commonwealth doesn't suggest anything about John being a murderer because he didn't have location services turned on by default. Anyway, so that's why they're having to go through this whole thing with the speed. So when you think about that the speed of the phone is the way the Commonwealth is substituting that for like location services, that's why it's so important. And that's why Jackson was attacking it, because it really does matter. However, the problem is that the way they were talking about it, it was completely lost. The point of it was lost, at least to me. I know you guys said the same thing. So maybe we'll understand it better with this time around, but at least we know now it wasn't a pointless thing. It had a point. It's just the point wasn't clear, unfortunately. Again, something else they could do better next time around, if there is a next time around.
It's 0.6346 meters per second and a 16.75 meter lever of accuracy. So at about 54 feet measure of accuracy.
Now, sir, if you could, just based on your training experience and your use, familiarity with this Axiom tool, for the record, that's AXIOM, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So as far as that degree of certainty or accuracy with regard to the measurement, can you speak a little bit about that and explain that to the jury, how that works and what that means?
Yeah. So, as I said, the iPhone tries to use multiple things to get you the best area of location where you're at. I can tell from personal experience that being at 34 Fairview, it's at the bottom, Fairview, where 34 is on Fairview, it's at the bottom of a hill, and it's also at the bottom of Cedar Crest where they sort of intersect. That area there.
We were all asking ourselves this entire trial, why does Lolly harp on and on about the hill? There's actually one point where I can't remember which witness it is. It might have been with Higgins. He'd gone on and on about the hills with so many people that the judge actually was like, hey, move it along about the hill. Like, she cut him off because he was just lollygagging about the hill. And it was like, why does this matter? Now, of course, Lolly did this with so many things that just really didn't matter, like the high tops, the basketball game, right? So it's hard to tell. However, this is where we start to see that why the reason he has everyone mention the hill. Did he have to do that? No, he didn't. He only needs one person to mention the hill. Here, if this dude is supposed to be testifying that the hill is going to impact the signal of the cell phone, which I don't know. I've never fucking heard that unless you're talking about like a mountain type hill, like in Boone. But like a hill, and I remember we actually asked Dr. Bob because he's been there, and I think he said it wasn't very hilly at all, but it was curvy, maybe. I'll have to remember to ask him the next time he's back. But that was from a couple nights ago. But anyway, but that's why Lolly's made such a fuss about the hill. See, now I'm like hearing him talk. I'm like, oh, that was what Lolly was doing, but he didn't have to, right? It's just, and honestly, it's like what he's saying, what Guarino is saying is he's trying to say hills can affect it, right? The cell signal, but there's nothing to back that up, but he's got personal experience that the cell phone signal drops out there. I'm not saying that that's not accurate. Maybe it does. It's just that this is really not what you normally see in trials, right? This is not good enough.
There has many hills, so the GPS signal can weaken due to natural landscape, buildings, weather, multiple factors.
And as far as the degree of accuracy, what, if anything, does that tell you in regard to the location of the phone in reference to that degree of accuracy?
So it plots a point where it believes you are, and then the degree of accuracy says you could be in this bubble, but if it's way outside or way far away, it's all going to show by how well the signal strength is to the satellite. So, like I said, if it's a poor signal, it's going to blow out. It's going to show you could be in this giant circle. But as it gets better accuracy, it's going to shrink back down. It's going to say, nope, you're right about here.
And to that point, or to elucidate that point that you were just speaking on, we'll get to this more in depth in a second, but at some point in 2023, did you go to 34 Fairview Road to conduct some GPS mapping?
Yes, I did.
And when you were in that area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to satellite connection, cell phone connection, things of that nature, as far as the strength of the signal?
So on my way to work, I actually drive Fairview quite often, and being there in person with my phone, I'll go from 4 or 5 bars of service. When I'm there, it's 1 or 2. So that tells me that strength of signal there is not great.
And what speed is recorded at that time at 6:15:36 in the morning?
It shows 0.24 meters per second for speed, and then with an accuracy rating of 7.58 meters, which is 24 feet.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to May 8th, 2023, where did you go with relation to this investigation on that day?
I went to 34 Fairview.
And who, if anyone, went with you?
Trooper Proctor.
Now, what was the purpose of going to 34 Fairview Road on that date in May of 2023?
We wanted to take measurements of where Officer O'Keefe's body was found, and then basically a diagonal straight line to the door, how the distance that would be.
And what, if any, tools did you bring with you, and what, if anything, did you use in the course of this analysis on this day?
So I loaded in the GPS points into a program that the CERT team uses called SARTOPO. It's a GPS mapping program that you can view through an app. So that way I was able to see exactly where I was via the app. We also used one of the big long tape measures that's on like the big thing that would get us, from where we believed his body was to the front door.
And from that, as far as the determination of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located, what, if anything, did you use to determine that?
As I said before, the photos and video from Sergeant Good of KNPD and the KNPD cruiser cam video.
So the cruiser cam video that from Officer Sarah's cruiser, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The one that shows where Mr. O'Keefe's body is when Officer Sarah arrives on scene, correct?
That is correct.
It's just that's not.
Now, with regard to those particular GPS points, what time frame did you start as far as your mapping was concerned?
We took the last, we mapped the entire route. So at the waterfall bar and then on from their drive on Dedham Street down to 34 Fairview.
And as far as these locations, how were they measured as far as what kind of measurements were you using in order to plot those points?
We loaded into Google Maps and just able to show it with a KMZ file to show exactly where he went.
And so what I'm asking is, as far as the GPS locations that you were recording, how were those measured as far as longitude, latitude? Is that how they were measured?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, latitude and longitude.
And you started with Mr. O'Keefe at the Waterfall Bar in Canton. What time was that, if you know?
12 a.m. was the last point.
And then that time frame when Mr. O'Keefe's native locations are putting him in the area of 34 Fairview Roads, when was that first time frame?
The time he arrives?
Yes.
About 12:24. I forget the seconds, but 12:24 a.m.
Now, eventually, when you had all of these points as far as the direction of travel, location data, all of those things, what, if anything, were you then able to do with those GPS locations?
I cross-referenced them with his health data and also mapped it out to see exactly where he would be.
Now, with respect to the data that you were able to recover, if you could describe to the jury sort of the path of travel, starting with the waterfall as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was, where it traveled in it, and where you noted it at various time points along that sequence.
Okay. So, as I said, 12:12, it's at the Waterfall Bar. Then there's a 7-minute break in location data. When the phone comes back up with location data at 12:19, as I said, he's by Dedham Street and Cedar Crest Road. At 138 Dedham Street, right around there, 12:20 a.m., 34 Fairview's put into Waze. He then proceeds down Dedham Street, takes a left onto Oakdale Road. That goes to the end of Oakdale, takes a left onto Maplecroft. As he's going by Maplecroft and Pinecone Road, right around 12:22 and 14 seconds, was a data point listed that he's ascending, descending the stairs. So he's over a half mile away from 34 Fairview at this point. They go down Maplecroft, take a right onto Cedar Crest, all the way down Cedar Crest. They do not turn onto Fairview Road. It goes by Fairview, does a 3-point turn or turns around somehow, and then goes back to Fairview and takes a right.
Interesting.
Where it finally stops between.
Does a 3-point turn or turns around somehow? You've got to be fucking with me. Really? I mean, I'm not blaming him. I mean, this is just... The Commonwealth is like, here's the proof that this is this thing. But like, we don't actually know if it's this thing or some other thing. So we're just going to prove that there's a thing. Because they know the defense is going to find, they know there's problems with it. If they say it's a U-turn, there's going to be problems. And then if they say it's a 3-pointer, there's going to be problems. Because no matter what, Trooper Paul has fucked the whole thing. And anyway, it's just, wow. But also the fact that he's saying that means Wally must have told him, hey, you can't call it a 3-point turn.
34 and 32 Fairview.
Like, do you have to call it a 3-point turn?
So at the time that health data is being recorded, and you cross-reference the GPS data with the health data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so at the time that the phone has that recording in the health data of descending, and is it ascending or descending, or how does that read in the health data?
I have in my report, and that's what's copied from the thing. It's ascending/descending stairs.
And at that point in time, cross-referencing that health data with the GPS location, where physically is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at that particular time frame?
Maplecroft by Pinecone Road, right at that intersection.
And has Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived or been in the area as far as the GPS, specifically of 34 Fairview Road?
At that time?
Yes.
No, not at all.
And so from the GPS locations that you observed of the defendant's phone, initially the phone passes by Fairview Road and then reverses direction to come back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then as far as between 12:25 a.m. and 6:15 a.m., there's no movement of that phone, correct?
To inform its sister.
What, if any, movement did you observe following 12:25 a.m. until the period of 6:15 a.m.?
None until
He asks a leading question, and then he just says the same thing with what if any. It's just maddening. Sorry, I did not mean to rewind that. Hold on. Let me find where we were.
Where physically is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at that particular time frame?
Maplecroft by Pinecone Road, right at that intersection.
And has Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived or been in the area as far as the GPS, specifically of 34 Fairview Road?
At that time?
Yes.
No, not at all.
And so from the GPS locations that you observed of the defendant's phone, initially the phone passes by Fairview Road and then reverses direction to come back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then as far as between 12:25 a.m. and 6:15 a.m., there's no movement of that phone, correct?
To inform its estate.
What, if any, movement did you observe following 12:25 a.m. until the period of 6:15 a.m.?
None until it was found at 6:15.
Now, you mentioned that you took a tool and you did some measurements as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain then some GPS locations for where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Yes.
And what, if any, measurements, the accuracy of those GPS measurements in latitude and longitude, what was the accuracy of that?
Can I read the exact? Okay. So from 12:25 and 30 seconds to about 12:35 and 36 seconds, the GPS accuracy is tight on him for the first few seconds and then blows out and encompasses pretty much the neighborhood, 34 Fairview, 32, 31, and I'll read the exact. It's 12:25 and 30 seconds. It has a 33-meter degree of accuracy, which is about 100 feet. That area encompasses 32, 34, and 31 Fairview. 12:25, 31, it's 200-foot measure of accuracy that hits 31, 32, 34 Fairview, basically almost all the houses around. At 32 seconds, it shrinks back down to 95-foot level of accuracy, hitting 32, 34 Fairview and the front yard of 31. At 33 seconds, it's 88 feet, again shrinking back in as the signal gets better, covering 32, 34 Fairview, 72 feet at 34 seconds, 59 feet at 35 seconds, and then 52 feet at 36 seconds. So, as I said, signal weakens, it blows out, and then as the signal gets stronger, it shrinks back in. The GPS coordinates themselves are all still right where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And so as far as, if I can take it back just for a second, the initial GPS coordinates that you marked as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how accurate was that measurement as far as to itself where it was?
The other thing is that I don't remember exactly what all comes out on cross, but we'll go through it. But what I'm thinking to myself is this amount, it'll be easier when we get to the maps, which will be on the next episode where he has the maps. It'll be easier to see like what the expansion and shrinkage of this region is that he's talking about. Because to me, it's like, well, when you have all these times in the same time period back to back where the signal's changing that much, I don't know. Like the weather's not. I could imagine if there's like a tornado or like, I don't know, some crazy, I don't know. I can't imagine that there would be environmental conditions like the weather that could affect the signal that much, that often, right? Unless the phone is moving. But that'll be interesting to think about as we go on to the next recap with the maps and stuff. What I'm wondering is if the phone might still be moving, right, in that same area, but that maybe the Commonwealth is trying to suggest that the phone wasn't moving. It's just because of this GPS fuckery with the signal because of the weather or whatever it is else that they're suggesting. The hill, but see, again, the hill wouldn't be a factor if he's stationary on the lawn anyway. So I don't know. That's why I'm like, because it seems like maybe that's too much of a, like that's maybe just too much difference and too frequently, that maybe he's still moving, and they're trying to suggest that it was the signal. So anyway, those are just my thoughts. We'll see as we get into the next one.
What we had, and then where we marked from, we believe we're in about 3 feet, because standing there, even with the app, it's not perfect. I'm not getting a direct saying that I'm right on it. So we believe we're within about 3 feet of exactly where he was found.
We believe we were in about 3 feet of exactly where he was found. Well, earlier he didn't even say they know exactly where he was found, which I appreciated. And I don't think that he's trying to change that here. I think he's just trying to use different words that sound good, because he's made it clear they don't really know where he was found. So you add that to it, right? He's saying it was about 3 feet, like he's maybe minimizing, right? About 3 feet difference. We know we were in about 3 feet vicinity of where he was found. And of course, we know that where he is, as to where he was found, is really a guess. So this is insane. The whole thing's insane, because it's like, again, garbage in, garbage out. You're starting with everything is just unknown or a guess or an approximation, and then basing things on it. It's just not good enough for a trial.
And from that air distance of within 3 feet of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how far was that, or how far did you measure that to be from the front door of 34 Fairview Road?
In a direct straight line to the front door, 72 feet. Not accounting the stairs.
All right, that's it for this one. That is it for this one. So, to be continued next time, which will be probably Friday, I do believe. So on that one, he's actually on the stand for quite a long time. So it might still be him the entire time. He might get his own show. And after him, I believe it's the medical examiner and the two of them, you know? So, so we'll see if we can get to them or not, but it might just still be all Trooper Guarino. So, that is all for now though, but Squirrel is the best. Love you guys. And also I'm going to make sure to, like I said at the beginning, to get in touch with Dr. Bob about seeing how we can get him involved with the physics. I think honestly, the next recap would be a really good opportunity, because that's when they're going to be really, again, it's a good time to scrutinize where was his body. Because we were going through that a little bit with Trooper Paul on the stand and his freaking diagrams that were just, disaster. But now we're going to go through it again, but with this cell phone evidence. So it would be a good time to kind of incorporate the physics. So anyway, all that being said, y'all are the best. Love you guys, and see you guys on the next one. And I'm going to roll the outro.